Welcome to Digging into History, where we journey softly into the hidden corners of the ancient world. Tonight, we explore sacred sites shrouded in mystery and rituals long forgotten, echoes of beliefs and practices that once shaped entire civilizations. From stone circles aligned with the stars to silent temples lost in the jungle, each place holds a secret waiting to be uncovered, perfect for drifting into peaceful sleep while unraveling the spiritual wonders of our distant past. There's Chapter 1, The Oracle of Delphi, Apollo's Mysterious Prophecies. The morning sun cast long shadows across the sacred way, as Aristides made his slow ascent toward the Temple of Apollo. His sandaled feet followed the winding path that generations of pilgrims had trodden before him, each step bringing him closer to the most revered oracle in the ancient world. The journey from Athens had been arduous, but the weight in his heart was far heavier than any physical burden. He needed answers that only the Pythia, Apollo's chosen vessel, could provide. It was the spring of 432 BCE, and the air hung thick with tension across the Greek world. Whispers of impending war between Athens and Sparta had reached even the most remote villages. As a respected advisor to Pericles, Aristides had been sent to consult the oracle on a matter of grave importance to Athens' future. But privately, a personal question burned within him, one concerning his ailing daughter that he dared not share with his fellow travelers. Delphi clung to the slopes of Mount Parnassus, like a sanctuary between earth and sky. The settlement had grown around the sacred precinct, with merchants, priests, and interpreters creating a bustling community that served the endless stream of pilgrims from across the Mediterranean. As Aristides approached the sanctuary's entrance, he marveled at the treasuries that lined the sacred way, magnificent small temple-like structures filled with offerings from city-states, grateful for the oracle's past guidance. "Remember," cautioned Nicanor, the local guide who had joined their party in the town below, "the Pythia speaks only on the 7th day of each month, when Apollo is said to be present in his temple. We are fortunate that tomorrow is such a day." Aristides nodded solemnly. He had timed their journey carefully to coincide with a consultation day, knowing the disappointment of those who arrived at Delphi only to learn they must wait weeks for an audience. That evening, Aristides performed the required purification rituals in the Castalian spring. The cold mountain water sent shivers through his body as he cleansed himself, preparing both physically and spiritually for the encounter with the divine. Around him, other pilgrims did the same, their expressions a mixture of anxiety and hope. Some had traveled from as far as Egypt and Persia, demonstrating the oracle's influence across the known world. At dawn the following day, Aristides joined the line of supplicants. Each carried a palanos, a sacrificial cake, and the consultation fee to be presented before entering the inner sanctuary. Wealthy citizens and representatives of city-states, easily identified by their finer clothes and larger entourages, were often given precedence, but the priests of Apollo ensured that all sincere petitioners would eventually be heard. As the line inched forward, Aristes observed the intricate reliefs adorning the temple's exterior, scenes of Apollo slaying the serpent Python, the very act that had consecrated this ground as sacred. The myth was well known. Apollo had claimed this spot after defeating the monstrous serpent that guarded the navel of the world, the Omphalos stone that now resided within the temple's inner sanctum. Finally, Aristes stood before the entrance to the Adyton, the inner chamber where the Pythia delivered her prophecies. The pungent aroma of bay leaves and mysterious vapors wafted through the doorway. The priests collected his offering and prepared him for the encounter, instructing him to form his question with care, for the god's answers often contained nuances and ambiguities that required careful interpretation. Inside, the dimly lit chamber seemed to exist in a realm between worlds. Seated on a tripod above a fissure in the earth sat the Pythia, a woman of middle years, dressed in simple garments. Though once the role had been filled by young virgins, the custom had changed after an oracle had been abducted, and now older women from respected families were chosen to serve as Apollo's voice. The Pythia's eyes seemed unfocused, gazing at something beyond the visible world. She breathed deeply of the vapors rising from the chasm beneath her, her body swaying gently, as if moved by unseen currents. The priests stood nearby, ready to transcribe her utterances. When Aristes presented his official question about the conflict with Sparta, the Pythia convulsed slightly, before speaking in a voice unlike her normal tone. "When wooden walls protect the sacred height, Zeus grants to Athens victory's might. "Wait not for horses from the northern plain, for wisdom's counsel shall break the chain." The priests quickly recorded her words, nodding sagely, as if the meaning were clear, though Orestes found himself struggling to decipher the message. Was it advising Athens to build ships, as the reference to wooden walls might suggest, or perhaps to fortify the Acropolis? Such ambiguity was common in the oracle's pronouncements, allowing for various interpretations depending on how events unfolded. When permitted to ask his personal question about his daughter's mysterious illness, the Pythia again entered her trance before proclaiming, "The silver waters where 3 cypresses stand will cleanse the shadow from her hand. What mortal eyes see as curse divine needs earth's embrace at moon's decline." Aristides left the chamber with his mind reeling, both answers cryptic yet strangely resonant with possibilities. He would consult with the professional interpreters who clustered around the sanctuary, offering their services to puzzled supplicants. For a fee, they would analyze the oracle's words, drawing on their knowledge of past prophecies and symbolic language to suggest potential meanings. The power of the Delphic oracle lay not just in its prophecies, but in its role as a center of knowledge and influence. The priests kept detailed records of previous consultations and maintained communication networks that brought news from across the Mediterranean world. This wealth of information, combined with the psychological insight gained from hearing countless human problems and political dilemmas, gave the oracle a reputation for almost supernatural wisdom. Historians and scholars would later debate the source of the Pythia's prophetic abilities. Some would point to the intoxicating vapors rising from geological fissures beneath the temple, ethylene gases that could induce trance-like states. Others would emphasize the psychological preparation of the Pythia and the power of suggestion in an atmosphere charged with religious significance. Yet for Aristides and his contemporaries, there was no question this was the voice of Apollo, divine and infallible. Even when difficult to interpret, the oracle's influence extended far beyond personal matters. Kings would not declare war, colonies would not be founded, and constitutions would not be codified without first consulting Delphi. When Croesus of Lydia asked whether he should attack Persia, the oracle famously replied that if he did so, he would destroy a great empire. Interpreting this favorably, Croesus attacked, only to discover that the empire destroyed was his own, a lesson in the dangers of hearing what one wishes to hear in ambiguous prophecies. Delphi's political power was carefully balanced. While maintaining connections with all Greek city-states, the oracle avoided becoming merely a political tool of any single power. When the Persian invasion threatened, the initial prophecies were pessimistic, advising the Greeks to flee to the ends of the earth. Only when pressed did the oracle deliver the prophecy about wooden walls that Themistocles interpreted as a reference to the navy, leading to the decisive Greek victory at Salamis. Inscriptions that adorned the temple itself reflected the philosophy that underpinned the oracle's wisdom. "Know thyself and nothing in excess," emphasized the importance of self-knowledge and moderation, principles that guided the oracle's counsel through centuries of human strife and ambition. As Aristides prepared to return to Athens with the oracle's prophecies, he gazed once more at the magnificent setting of Delphi, understanding why the ancients had believed this place to be the center of the world. Nestled between towering cliffs with views stretching to the Gulf of Corinth, the sanctuary seemed to exist at the intersection of the human and divine realms. The history of the Delphic oracle stretched back into the mists of prehistory. Local traditions held that the site had first been sacred to Gaia, the earth goddess, before Apollo claimed it. Archaeological evidence would later confirm that religious activity at Delphi predated the worship of Apollo by centuries, with artifacts dating to the Mycenaean period and earlier. In the centuries that followed, the oracle would continue to shape Greek history until its influence gradually waned with the rise of rational philosophy and ultimately Christianity. The Emperor Theodosius would finally order the closing of the oracle in the 4th century CE, ending over a millennium of prophetic tradition. The last recorded utterance of the Pythia, given to the emissary of the Emperor Julian the Apostate, who had sought to restore the ancient religions, was poignant in its finality. "Tell the king that the carven hall has fallen into the dust. Apollo has no roof over his head, no prophetic laurel, no speaking spring. The water has dried up." Yet the mystery of Delphi endured in human imagination. Even as the temple fell into ruins, the questions that had driven pilgrims up the sacred way remained eternal. What does the future hold? How should we navigate the uncertainties of human existence? Where might we find guidance when reason alone seems insufficient? For Aristides, Returning down the mountain with prophecies that simultaneously illuminated and obscured, these questions had gained new dimensions. The oracle had given him not answers, but possibilities, paths that might be followed, choices that might be made, interpretations that might prove true if embraced with wisdom and care. Perhaps this was the greatest wisdom of the Pythia, the recognition that the future is not fixed but shaped by how we interpret and respond to the signs and portents we perceive. The ambiguity of the oracle's pronouncements forced supplicants to reflect deeply on their circumstances, to consider multiple perspectives, and ultimately to take responsibility for their choices, rather than placing their fate entirely in divine hands. As night fell and the sacred precinct of Apollo faded into darkness behind him, Aristides felt a curious lightness despite the weighty prophecies he carried. The oracle had spoken, and now it was for him and Athens to determine what meaning to give her words and what actions to take in their light. In that space between divine pronouncement and human interpretation lay the true power of Delphi, a power that would continue to resonate through the corridors of history long after the final embers had died in Apollo's sacred hearth. Chapter 2. Newgrange, Ireland's ancient solar temple. The mist clung to the Boyne Valley as Eogan approached the great mound, his steps careful in the pre-dawn darkness. The winter solstice morning of 3200 BCE was bitterly cold, his breath forming clouds that dissipated into the grey Irish air. As the chieftain's son, he had been granted the rare privilege of joining the druids and elders for the sacred ceremony that occurred only once a year, when the rising sun would penetrate the deepest chamber of Newgrange, illuminating the ancient spirals carved into stone over 5 centuries earlier. The massive circular mound loomed before him, a marvel of engineering that his ancestors had constructed with nothing but stone tools, determination, and profound astronomical knowledge. Standing nearly 50 feet tall and spanning more than 200 feet in diameter, its white quartz-studded facade caught what little ambient light existed before dawn, giving the monument an otherworldly glow against the winter landscape. "Mind your step," cautioned Cathbad, the eldest druid, his voice barely above a whisper as they approached the elaborately carved entrance stone. "We walk the path that connects the realm of the living to the ancestors. Today the divide between worlds grows thin." Eogan nodded solemnly. Since childhood, he had heard tales of Newgrange, how it served not merely as a tomb but as a temple, where the living could commune with the ancestral spirits who guided the tribe through the darkest days of winter. The massive construction had required the efforts of generations, with stones weighing several tons transported from miles away, each positioned with mathematical precision to create the perfect alignment with the winter solstice sunrise. The entrance stone before them bore intricate spirals and diamond patterns, carved by master craftsmen centuries before. These weren't mere decorations but a complex symbolic language that spoke of celestial cycles, the passage of time, and the eternal return of light after darkness. Similar carvings adorned many of the 97 curbstones that encircled the entire monument, creating a boundary between sacred and profane space. Cathbad led the small group through the narrow entrance passage, barely 3 feet wide and less than 5 feet high in places. Eogan ducked his head, following the guttering light of the druid's small oil lamp. The passageway stretched nearly 60 feet into the heart of the mound, lined with massive stone slabs on both sides and roofed with similar stones weighing many tons each. The engineering precision was remarkable. After thousands of seasonal cycles of freezing and thawing, the passage remained watertight, protecting the inner chamber from Ireland's persistent rain. As they reached the cruciform chamber at the heart of the mound, Eogan felt the weight of time press upon him. The space opened into a chamber with 3 alcoves, forming a rough cross shape. In each alcove sat large basin stones, once holding the cremated remains of important ancestors. The corbelled roof soared 20 feet above them, each stone layer extending slightly inward from the one below, creating a stable dome without the use of mortar or supporting beams, a technique that had kept the chamber intact for centuries and would continue to do so for thousands of years to come. "Position yourselves," Cathbad instructed, his voice resonating in the ancient chamber. "It begins soon." The small group arranged themselves along the edges of the chamber, leaving the center and the path of light clear. In the pitch darkness, Eogan could sense rather than see the others, the tribe's chieftain, his father, the other druids and 2 elders whose wisdom was valued above all. The air felt thick with anticipation, cold but not unpleasantly so, as the combined warmth of their bodies took the edge off the winter chill. Time seemed to stretch in the darkness as they waited. Eogan's mind wandered to the people who had built this monument. What vision had driven them to undertake such a massive project? The construction would have required hundreds of workers laboring for decades, moving enormous stones from quarries miles away, shaping them, raising them, and aligning them with mathematical precision, all without metal tools, wheels, or draft animals. His contemplation was interrupted by Cathbad's sudden intake of breath. "It comes," the druid whispered. At first Eogan saw nothing, then a faint golden glow appeared at the far end of the passage, growing steadily brighter as the winter sun cleared the horizon. The beam of light travelled slowly down the passage, illuminating the ancient carvings along its length before finally reaching the chamber where they stood. As the golden light penetrated the inner sanctum, it struck the floor and gradually climbed the back wall of the main chamber, brilliantly illuminating the triple spiral carving there. Previously hidden in absolute darkness was now revealed in the warm glow of direct sunlight, a phenomenon that occurred for just 17 minutes on the winter solstice and the few days surrounding it. "The sun returns," intoned Cathbad. "The darkness recedes, life renews itself once more." The others repeated the ritual phrase, their voices melding in the ancient acoustics of the chamber. Eogan found himself speaking too, though he had not been instructed to do so, drawn into the moment by forces beyond his understanding. In that golden light, time seemed to collapse. Eogan could almost sense the presence of those who had stood in this same spot centuries before, and somehow those who would stand here centuries later. The monument connected not just earth and sky, but past, present, and future, in a continuum of human experience marked by the eternal cycle of the sun. The ritual that followed was both simple and profound. Small offerings were placed on the basin stones, hazelnuts, amber, and finely crafted bone pins. Cathbad recited the lineage of their tribe, naming ancestors back 20 generations. Names and deeds that must not be forgotten were thus linked to this moment of celestial alignment, ensuring their preservation in memory. As quickly as it had come, the light began to fade as the sun continued its low arc across the winter sky. The chamber gradually returned to darkness, but the experience remained imprinted in Eogan's mind like the afterimage of flame, a memory he would carry into his eventual leadership of the tribe, a story he would pass to his children and grandchildren. 5,000 years later, archaeologist Michael O'Kelly stood in the same chamber on a winter solstice morning in 1967, the first modern researcher to rediscover and document what local folklore had long suggested, that Newgrange was more than a tomb. It was an astronomical observatory of remarkable precision, a calendar in stone that marked the turning of the year at its darkest point. O'Kelly's careful excavation and restoration work in the 1960s and 1970s had revealed the true extent of Newgrange's sophistication. Above the entrance, he had discovered an opening called the roof box, a specially designed aperture that allowed the winter solstice sunlight to penetrate the passage and chamber, even while keeping the interior waterproof throughout the year. This architectural feature demonstrated that the solar alignment was no accident, but the central purpose of the monument's design. The white quartz and rounded granite cobbles that now covered the front of the mound were based on the thousands of stones found fallen around the perimeter during excavation. This facade would have made Newgrange visible for miles around, a gleaming landmark in the Boyne Valley landscape, and a potent symbol of the community's technological prowess and spiritual devotion. Carbon dating placed the construction of Newgrange around 3200 BCE, making it older than Stonehenge and the Great Pyramids of Egypt. It belonged to a tradition of passage tomb building that flourished in Ireland during the Neolithic period, with over 40 such monuments in the Boyne Valley alone, though none as elaborate or as perfectly aligned as Newgrange. The society that built Newgrange left no written records, but the monument itself spoke volumes about their capabilities. They were not primitive hunter-gatherers, but sophisticated farmers with stable social structures, specialized craftspeople, and leaders who could organize massive public works projects. The astronomical knowledge embedded in the design suggested a priesthood or class of scholarly observers who tracked celestial movements over generations. The precision of the solstice alignment was astonishing. After more than 5,000 years, the sun still shone through the roof box with perfect accuracy, illuminating the chamber just as it had in Eogan's time. This required not only an intimate understanding of solar movements, but extraordinary architectural planning to ensure that the 60-foot passage and its roof box were angled precisely to capture the solstice sunrise. What made Newgrange truly remarkable was not just its antiquity or technical achievement, but what it revealed about the mindset of its builders. They had created a physical connection between earth and sky, between darkness and light, between death and rebirth. The winter solstice, the year's darkest point when the sun's power was at its weakest, was precisely when they chose to celebrate the sun's return and the promise of spring. This suggested a worldview centered on cyclical rather than linear time, where death was not an ending but part of a continuous process of renewal. The triple spiral carving illuminated by the solstice sun might represent this cyclical concept: life, death, and rebirth connected in an eternal pattern reflected in the seasons, in human generations, and in celestial movements. The corbelled roof of Newgrange had another remarkable feature that spoke to the builder's consideration of both practical and symbolic elements. Small openings had been deliberately left between some of the roof stones, allowing the voices of those inside to be heard by people gathered outside the mound during ceremonies, while also permitting the voices of those outside to filter in, creating an acoustic connection between inner and outer worlds. The area surrounding Newgrange held other monumental structures from the same period. The passage tombs of Noth and Douth, along with numerous smaller mounds and standing stones. Together, they formed a ritual landscape of remarkable complexity, suggesting that the entire Boyne Valley served as a ceremonial center for the region, perhaps drawing people from great distances for important observances. Modern archaeologists debate whether Newgrange served primarily as a tomb, a temple, an astronomical observatory, or some combination of all three. The evidence suggests that it was never a place of ordinary habitation, but rather a site reserved for extraordinary moments, when the community marked important transitions in the solar year, in human lives, and in the succession of generations. What remains clear is that Newgrange represents one of humanity's earliest and most enduring expressions of our relationship with the cosmos. Physical embodiment of the human desire to understand our place in time and space, to connect with forces larger than ourselves, and to transcend the apparent finality of death through ritual and remembrance. As the modern world rediscovered the winter solstice alignment at Newgrange, the ancient monument took on new significance as a testament to the intellectual and spiritual achievements of our ancestors. Today, thousands enter a lottery each year for the chance to stand in the chamber during the solstice illumination, experiencing the same awe that Iogan felt millennia ago when darkness gave way to light and the promise of renewal was written in stone and sun. In the soft glow of that momentary illumination, ancient and modern observers share a rare continuity of human experience, a brief collapse of the thousands of years separating them as they witness the same celestial event in the same human-made space, connecting through stone, light, and the patient observation of the cosmos that continues to define our species' most profound inquiries into existence. Chapter 3. The Eleusinian Mysteries. Greece's Secret Initiation Rites. Lysandra clutched the small pig that would serve as her sacrifice, its squeals occasionally breaking the solemn silence as the procession of initiates made their way along the sacred way from Athens to Eleusis. The 14-mile journey had begun at dawn with the ceremonial call to the sea, initiates, followed by ritual purification in the waters near Piraeus. Now, as the autumn sun climbed higher, dust clouded around the feet of hundreds of pilgrims united in purpose, if not in status. It was the year 412 BCE, and despite the ongoing Peloponnesian War that had devastated much of Greece, the sacred truce that protected the Eleusinian mysteries remained in effect. For 9 days, hostilities paused to allow initiates safe passage to the sanctuary of Demeter and her daughter Persephone, where secrets had been preserved for nearly 1,000 years, passed down through generations of hierophants who guarded the sacred knowledge. "Keep your thoughts pure," cautioned Calais, the wealthy Athenian who had agreed to serve as Lysandra's mystagogue, her sponsor and guide through the initiation process. Though women rarely travelled without male relatives in Greek society, the mysteries were different. Here, men and women, free citizens and slaves, even foreigners could participate, provided they spoke Greek and had not committed murder. The only requirements were ritual purity and a vow of absolute secrecy about what they would witness. At 22, Lysandra had waited years for this moment. As the daughter of a respected Athenian philosopher, she had grown up hearing whispers of the transformative power of the mysteries, how initiates returned with a serenity that came from no longer fearing death, how they gained insights that could not be articulated, but fundamentally changed their understanding of existence. Now, after months of preparation and preliminary rites, she would finally experience the greater mysteries for herself. The procession paused at the bridge over the Cephissus River, where masked figures hurled ritualized insults at prominent citizens in the procession, a curious inversion of social norms that signaled their departure from ordinary life into sacred time. Even Athens' most powerful politicians endured these mockeries with good humor, recognizing that the journey to Eleusis required leaving behind worldly status and pride. By late afternoon, the dusty procession arrived at the sanctuary at Eleusis, where the massive telesterion, the initiation hall, dominated the sacred precinct. Built under Pericles' ambitious construction program, the hall could accommodate thousands of initiates, though its secrets were concealed from outside view by surrounding walls. Guards verified that each arrival had completed the lesser mysteries celebrated in spring, the necessary prerequisite for the greater mysteries now unfolding in autumn's waning light. The first days at Eleusis followed a prescribed sequence of purifications, fasting, and sacrifices. Lysandra surrendered her pig to the priests, who prepared it as an offering to Demeter. The initiates then began a ritual fast, abstaining from certain foods, particularly pomegranates, beans, and several varieties of fish that were considered impure or connected to death and the underworld. "The Kaikon will be your only sustenance tomorrow," Callias explained, as they retreated to simple accommodations within the sanctuary walls. "It will prepare your mind for what is to come." Lysandra nodded, her stomach already growling from the day's exertions without nourishment. The sacred drink called kaikon, a mixture of barley, water, and mint, was the only sustenance permitted during critical phases of the initiation. Some scholars later would speculate that this brew might have contained ergot or another psychoactive substance that contributed to the visionary experiences reported by initiates, though such theories remained unproven and controversial. On the sixth day, the atmosphere in the sanctuary shifted dramatically. After crying out in mourning, mimicking Demeter's grief at the loss of her daughter Persephone, the initiates were instructed to drink the kaikon. As evening approached, torch-bearing priests led them toward the now illuminated telesterion for the secret ceremony that was the heart of the mysteries. "Remember," Callias whispered as they approached the massive doors, "from this point forward, what you see and hear must never pass your lips. The penalty for revealing the mysteries is death." Lysandra shivered despite the warm evening. Athenian law indeed prescribed capital punishment for divulging the secrets of Eleusis, and historical records showed this was not an idle threat. The poet Aeschylus had once been accused of revealing elements of the mysteries in his plays, and had narrowly escaped with his life by proving he had never been initiated. What happened next inside the telesterion would remain, as intended by its creators, largely unknown to history. The ancient vow of secrecy proved remarkably effective. Despite thousands of initiates over nearly 2 millennia, including many of the ancient world's most prolific writers and philosophers, detailed descriptions of the central ceremony never leaked to the uninitiated. Snippets of information suggested that dramatizations of the Demeter and Persephone myth formed the core of the experience, but the transformative elements that left initiates forever changed remained hidden. What is known comes largely from oblique references, archaeological evidence, and a few tantalizing fragments from ancient writers. The initiates likely witnessed a reenactment of Persephone's abduction by Hades, Demeter's grief, and the eventual reunion that brought fertility back to the earth. At some point, the Hierophant, the chief priest, revealed sacred objects from a special chest, possibly including symbols of fertility and agricultural abundance. Most significantly, many accounts suggested that initiates witnessed a vision that transformed their understanding of death and the afterlife. Plutarch would later write that because of those sacred and faithful promises given in the mysteries, we hold it firmly for an undoubted truth that our soul is incorruptible and immortal, while Cicero noted that the mysteries taught people not only how to live in joy, but also how to die with better hope. Whatever Lysandra experienced that night in the torchlit telesterion, it aligned with these accounts. When she emerged in the early hours before dawn, her face bore the serene expression common to those who had witnessed the apoptia, the culminating vision. There was no frenzied ecstasy or wild behavior as found in some Dionysian rites, but rather a profound quietude that suggested fundamental questions had been answered beyond the capacity of words to express. The final day of the mysteries involved libations for the dead, poured from special vessels, reinforcing the connection between the cycles of agriculture and human existence that stood at the heart of the Eleusinian worldview. Life, death, and rebirth were not abstract concepts but visceral realities embodied in both grain and human experience. The seed must be buried in darkness before new growth can emerge. As Lysandra joined the procession back to Athens, clutching a sprig of myrtle and a small pouch of seeds that were given to all initiates, she understood why the experience defied description. The mysteries worked through direct experience rather than dogma or doctrine. They offered not intellectual knowledge, but a kind of knowing that bypassed language entirely, integrating body, emotion, and mind in a holistic understanding of existence. The historical significance of the Eleusinian mysteries extended far beyond the personal transformations of individual initiates. For nearly 2,000 years, from approximately 1600 BCE until the late 4th century CE, the rites at Eleusis represented one of the ancient world's most enduring religious institutions, providing spiritual continuity through massive political and social changes across the Mediterranean world. The mysteries survived Persian invasions, the Peloponnesian War, Alexander's conquests, and Rome's rise to power. Roman emperors from Augustus to Marcus Aurelius sought initiation, recognizing both the political advantage of honoring Greek traditions and the personal value of the experience itself. Even as Christianity gradually displaced older religious practices across the empire, the mysteries continued, with some early Christians apparently seeing no contradiction between their new faith and participation in the ancient rites. The sanctity of Eleusis remained largely inviolate until 170 CE, when the Sarmatians raided the temple but reportedly fled in terror after experiencing visions, an event that further enhanced the sanctuary's mystique. A more devastating blow came in 267 CE, when Germanic Heruli tribes sacked and burned the sanctuary during a broader raid on Athens. Although the Emperor Julian the Apostate attempted to restore the site in the 4th century during his brief reign, the final death knell came when the Christian Emperor Theodosius closed all pagan sanctuaries in 392 CE. Alaric's Gothic forces delivered the final blow in 396 CE, destroying what remained of the sanctuary. The Hierophant, whose family had safeguarded the mysteries for centuries, departed with the sacred objects, and the chain of initiation that had stretched unbroken for nearly 2 millennia finally ended. With the last initiates aging and dying without training successors, the specific details of the rituals were lost to history. Archaeological excavations at Eleusis in modern times have revealed the physical structure of the sanctuary, the telesterion with its forest of interior columns, the cave-like plutonian believed to represent an entrance to the underworld, and the well called Callicoron where Demeter was said to have rested. But the spiritual essence of the mysteries remains as elusive as it was intended to be. The site speaks to the profound organization and resources dedicated to maintaining this sacred tradition. The telesterion underwent multiple expansions to accommodate growing numbers of initiates, eventually becoming able to host thousands simultaneously. The increasing scale of the facility reflects the mystery's evolution from a local agricultural fertility cult to a pan-Hellenic and later international institution that attracted participants from throughout the Mediterranean world. Enduring appeal of the Eleusinian mysteries across such diverse populations and through such dramatic historical changes speaks to their ability to address fundamental human concerns that transcended cultural and temporal boundaries. In a world where most religious practices focused on securing divine favor for worldly matters, good harvests, victory in battle, healthy children, the mysteries offered something rarer: comfort in the face of mortality itself. This was achieved not through abstract philosophical arguments about the soul's immortality, such as those offered by Plato, but through direct experience that seemed to demonstrate the reality of life's continuity beyond physical death. The agricultural metaphor at the heart of the Demeter-Persephone myth provided a natural framework for understanding this mystery. The seed disappears into the earth only to return in new form, suggesting that human life might follow a similar pattern. Perhaps most striking about the Eleusinian mysteries was their inclusivity in an otherwise stratified society. Women participated equally with men at a time when they were excluded from most public institutions. Slaves could stand beside their masters. Wealth and social status, while they might determine one's comfort during the journey or accommodations, held no special advantage in the initiation hall where all faced the divine revelations equally. This democratization of spiritual experience represented a radical departure from the civic religions of ancient Greece, where priesthoods were often hereditary, and religious authority reinforced existing power structures. At Eleusis, the only requirement was to understand Greek necessary to comprehend the rituals, and to approach with a pure heart and sincere desire for the experience. As Lysandra returned to her life in Athens, carrying within her the inexpressible knowledge gained at Eleusis, she joined generations of initiates who found themselves changed in ways they could not articulate. The serenity that marked their countenance, the ethical behavior that often followed initiation, and the fearlessness with which many faced death afterward became recognized markers of those who had experienced the mysteries. In her later years, when plague struck Athens and panic gripped the city, Lysandra displayed the characteristic calm of Eleusis initiates. When asked how she maintained such composure in the face of potential death, she would simply smile and remain silent, keeping her vow while embodying the transformation the mysteries had wrought. Not through any explicit teaching she could share, but through the person she had become after that torch-lit night, when the boundaries between life and death, mortal and divine, had momentarily dissolved in the presence of the ineffable. Chapter 4. Teotihuacan, City of the Gods and Ritual Sacrifice. The rising sun cast long shadows across the Avenue of the Dead, as Cites followed her father toward the Pyramid of the Sun. Though only 12, she understood the gravity of this day in the year 7 Reed, 225 CE by the modern calendar. As the daughter of a respected jade carver, she had been chosen to witness the sacred ritual that would ensure the continued favor of the gods who kept their vast city of Teotihuacan prosperous. The weight of this honor pressed upon her young shoulders as heavily as the brilliant jade pendant that marked her special status for the ceremony. "Remember," her father cautioned, his voice barely audible above the rhythmic drumming that filled the grand avenue, "you must observe with reverence and stillness. The gods watch through your eyes today." Cites nodded solemnly. The massive avenue stretched over 2 miles through the heart of Teotihuacan, flanked by temples, palaces, and residential compounds that housed the city's estimated 125,000 inhabitants, making it one of the largest urban centers in the world at that time, with a population comparable to contemporaneous Rome. The precise grid layout of the city, aligned to astronomical principles rather than geographical convenience, spoke to the meticulous planning and engineering prowess of its builders. As they approached the Pyramid of the Sun, the third largest pyramid in the world, Cites marveled at its sheer scale. Rising nearly 220 feet, with a base covering over 500 feet on each side, the massive structure had been built in stages beginning around 100 CE. What few outside the priesthood knew was that the pyramid had been constructed directly over a sacred cave, with 4 chambers arranged in a quatrefoil pattern, a symbolic womb of creation from which the gods were believed to have emerged. The procession moved slowly, with priests in elaborate headdresses leading the way. Their faces were adorned with pigments of red cinnabar and black obsidian dust, creating fearsome visages that straddled the boundary between human and divine. Behind them came the warriors in their jaguar and eagle regalia, followed by nobles from the city's various districts, identifiable by their specific costume elements and body modifications that denoted their status and lineage. Most striking to Cites were the individuals who walked in the center of the procession, men and women with distant gazes, their bodies painted blue and adorned with quetzal feathers. These were the chosen ones, those who would ascend the pyramid to meet the gods directly. They moved with a strange serenity that Cites would later understand came from the sacred substances they had consumed during their preparatory seclusion, likely derivatives of psilocybin mushrooms, peyote cactus, and other psychoactive plants that the priests cultivated for ritual use. The atmosphere grew more charged as they reached the base of the pyramid. Incense burners released thick clouds of copal, the sacred resin whose smoke was believed to carry prayers to the divine realm. Musicians played bone flutes, tortoiseshell drums, and rattles made from human femurs, creating an otherworldly soundscape that seemed to vibrate between realms. From her position at the edge of the plaza, Cites could see the priests and sacrificial participants begin their ascent of the pyramid's steep steps. The 248 steps, divided into 4 sections punctuated by landings, represented the days of the Venusian calendar that was central to Teotihuacan's religious cosmology. Venus, as both morning and evening star, symbolized the dual nature of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent deity, whose cult was prominent in the city. What happened at the summit remained partially obscured from those gathered below, but the ritual's purpose was clear to all citizens of Teotihuacan: to feed the gods with the most precious substance in the universe, human blood. Without this sacred nourishment, the sun would not rise, the rains would not come, and the cosmic order would collapse into primordial chaos. Citlali watched as one by one, the blue-painted figures were led to the stone altar atop the pyramid. While she could not see the ceremonial obsidian blades opening their chests, she could observe the priests raising objects skyward. Later, she would learn these were the still-beating hearts of the sacrificed, offered as the ultimate gift to the divine powers that sustained creation. The modern mind recoils at such practices, viewing them through the lens of contemporary ethics rather than understanding them within their cultural context. To the people of Teotihuacan, these were not acts of cruelty but cosmic necessities, sacred transactions that maintained the universe itself. Many of those sacrificed had lived for months or years in honored positions, believing their deaths would transform them into divine intermediaries between the human and supernatural worlds. Archaeological evidence uncovered centuries later would reveal the scale of such sacrificial practices at Teotihuacan. Excavations around the Pyramid of the Moon uncovered burial sites containing individuals, some apparently warriors from rival cities, others possibly volunteers from Teotihuacan itself, who had been sacrificed during dedication ceremonies for successive expansions of the pyramid. Many were buried with rich grave goods, suggesting they held high status even in death. Most fascinating to modern archaeologists was the discovery of sacrificed animals buried in meaningful patterns: wolves, eagles, pumas, and even complete jaguar skeletons arranged in positions suggesting cosmic diagrams. These careful placements revealed a complex symbolic language encoded in ritual acts, a sacred grammar that connected earthly ceremonies to celestial movements and supernatural forces. As the ceremony concluded and the crowd began to disperse, Citlali's father led her toward a less-known area of the great city, the compound known today as Tetitla, famous for its colorful murals. As a craftsman associated with the artistic guilds, he had access to areas where the specialized knowledge of Teotihuacan's symbolic systems was cultivated and transmitted. "You must understand what you witnessed today," he explained, as they walked through corridors decorated with images of feathered serpents, flowering trees, and elaborately dressed figures making offerings. "The sacrifice is not the end but a beginning, a transformation. Those who ascended as humans will descend as intermediaries between our realm and the divine." The murals surrounding them depicted not just deities and cosmic principles but also the social order of Teotihuacan itself, a complex urban society with distinct classes, occupational specializations, and ethnic enclaves. Unlike many later Mesoamerican cities that glorified individual rulers, Teotihuacan's art emphasized collective identity and cosmic principles rather than named individuals, suggesting a governmental system that modern scholars still debate, perhaps a council of noble lineages rather than a single dynastic ruler. What Citlali could not have known as she absorbed these sacred teachings was that she lived in a city at its zenith, one whose influence extended throughout Mesoamerican societies for hundreds of miles in all directions. Teotihuacan maintained trading networks reaching from the northern deserts to the Maya territories far to the south, spreading its distinctive artistic styles, religious concepts, and even its urban planning principles throughout much of what is now Mexico and Guatemala. Artifacts from Teotihuacan have been found in Maya cities hundreds of miles away, and evidence suggests the great metropolis may have exerted direct political control over some regions through military conquest or economic dominance. The obsidian workshops of Teotihuacan processed this valuable volcanic glass from nearby quarries, creating tools and weapons that were traded throughout Mesoamerica, providing a foundation for the city's economic power. The society that built and maintained Teotihuacan represented a remarkable achievement in urban planning and social organization. The city's grid layout, oriented 15.5 degrees east of north, reflected astronomical alignments rather than geographical convenience, demonstrating how cosmological principles literally shaped the human environment. Apartment compounds housed multiple families in comfortable settings with drainage systems, interior courtyards, and separate activity areas, suggesting a standard of living higher than many contemporary urban centers elsewhere in the world. What remains most enigmatic about Teotihuacan is its political structure and the identity of its rulers. Unlike Maya cities with their clear documentation of royal lineages and named individuals, Teotihuacan's art emphasized deities and cosmic principles rather than glorifying specific human rulers. This has led to varying theories about its governance, perhaps a council of elite lineages, a collective leadership of neighborhood representatives, or a state so theocratic that rulers presented themselves only as divine impersonators rather than individuals. The lack of clear dynastic monuments has also complicated efforts to reconstruct Teotihuacan's history through its roughly 650-year occupation. What is evident from archaeological evidence is that the city experienced several building phases, with major structures being enlarged and expanded multiple times, suggesting periods of growing prosperity and changing religious emphases. One of the most significant structures, the Feathered Serpent Pyramid, also called the Temple of Quetzalcoatl, featured imposing heads of the feathered serpent deity, alternating with those of a being known as Tlaloc, or the storm god, suggesting a dual cult that may have represented opposing cosmic forces in perpetual tension but necessary balance. Excavations of this structure in the 1980s revealed something even more extraordinary: the burial of more than 200 individuals, arranged in patterns suggesting star formations, many with their hands bound behind their backs, indicating they were sacrificial victims interred during the building's dedication. The city's eventual decline began around 550 CE, with archaeological evidence suggesting internal unrest rather than external conquest as the primary cause. Major ceremonial structures along the Avenue of the Dead show evidence of deliberate burning and destruction that appears targeted and symbolic rather than comprehensive. The faces of deities were specifically attacked, and ritual spaces were desecrated, while residential areas remained largely intact. This pattern suggests a possible internal revolution or religious conflict rather than invasion. By 750 CE, Teotihuacan's population had dwindled dramatically, though the site never became completely abandoned. When the Aztecs arrived in the Valley of Mexico centuries later, they viewed the ancient ruins with awe, naming it Teotihuacan, due a place where the gods were born, or place where men became gods, in Nahuatl, and incorporating it into their own origin myths. Despite having no direct cultural connection to its builders, as twilight descended over the city, Citlali and her father made one final stop at a small shrine dedicated to the rain deity, where craftspeople traditionally made offerings to ensure the continued flow of inspiration from the supernatural realm. As her father burned copal incense and offered a perfectly carved jade bead, months of work freely given to the gods, Citlali tried to integrate the profound and unsettling experiences of the day. "The gods are hungry not just for blood," her father explained, noting her troubled expression, "but for beauty and skill as well. Each of us feeds them in our own way. The warriors with courage, the priests with ritual knowledge, the farmers with their harvest, and we craftspeople with the work of our hands." This perspective offered Citlali a framework for understanding the complex religious system she had witnessed. A cosmic economy of exchanges between humans and supernatural forces, maintained through diverse forms of offering appropriate to one's station and abilities. The sacred and the everyday were not separate realms but existed on a continuous spectrum, with ritual activities bringing them into alignment. Modern archaeological research has revealed the sophistication of Teotihuacan's cultural achievements beyond its monumental architecture. Residential excavations have uncovered extensive evidence of craft specialization, with entire neighborhoods dedicated to specific industries: obsidian workshops, pottery production, garment making, and lapidary arts. This economic specialization required complex systems of distribution and exchange, suggesting market institutions and perhaps state oversight of critical resources. Analysis of skeletal remains from residential areas indicates that the general population enjoyed relatively good health and nutrition compared to many ancient urban centers, with access to diverse food sources including amaranth, chia, squash, beans, and maize. Interestingly, evidence suggests that meat consumption was fairly widespread rather than restricted to elites, indicating a more egalitarian distribution of dietary resources than in many hierarchical societies. The multicultural nature of Teotihuacan has also become increasingly apparent through archaeological research. Distinct neighborhood enclaves have been identified that appear to have housed immigrants from Oaxaca, the Gulf Coast, and even Maya regions, who maintained aspects of their cultural practices while integrating into the broader Teotihuacan society. This cosmopolitan character may have been one of the city's strengths, allowing it to incorporate diverse knowledge systems and maintain far-flung trade connections through cultural familiarity. As Citlali grew into adulthood, she would witness both the continuing splendor of Teotihuacan and the beginning of the stresses that would eventually contribute to its decline. Changes in rainfall patterns affecting agricultural productivity, shifting trade routes, competition from emerging political centers, and possibly internal social tensions would gradually erode the foundations of the great city's power. Yet the legacy of Teotihuacan would endure far beyond its physical decline. Its aesthetic canons, architectural principles, urban planning concepts, and religious iconography influenced societies throughout Mesoamerica for centuries. Even the Aztecs, arriving in the Valley of Mexico nearly 7 centuries after Teotihuacan's collapse, would stand in awe before its monumental ruins, appropriating its prestige by claiming connection to its builders despite the vast temporal gap separating them. For modern visitors who walk the Avenue of the Dead and climb the Pyramid of the Sun today, the experience connects them to individuals like Citlali, who witnessed the city in its prime, a vast urban experiment that combined precise cosmological knowledge, artistic brilliance, engineering skill, and social organization to create one of the ancient world's most impressive achievements. In the haunting emptiness of what was once a bustling metropolis, contemporary humans confront both the grandeur of past civilizations and the sobering reality of their impermanence, a reminder that even the mightiest urban centers ultimately return to the earth from which they arose. Chapter 5. The Temples of Malta, World's Oldest Religious Structures. The limestone glowed golden in the late afternoon sun as Imnaja surveyed her handiwork on the newly carved spiral relief, destined for the inner chamber of Ar-Zarkim. The year was approximately 3200 BCE, and she stood among the world's oldest freestanding stone structures, megalithic temples that predated Egypt's pyramids and England's Stonehenge by centuries. As a temple artist belonging to the mysterious civilization that flourished on the Mediterranean islands of Malta and Gozo, she was entrusted with creating the sacred symbols that would connect worshippers to the divine forces governing fertility, life, and death. "The priestess is pleased with your work," commented Kalanu, the master stonemason, who had been mentoring Imnaja since childhood. "She says your spirals capture the essence of the eternal cycle better than any she has seen." Imnaja nodded, feeling a swell of pride, tempered by the solemnity of her task. The spiral patterns she carved were not mere decorations but cosmic diagrams, representations of the cyclical nature of existence that formed the core of her people's spiritual understanding. These symbols would guide worshippers as they moved through the temple's carefully designed spaces, each threshold and chamber creating a progressive journey from the outer world of everyday existence to the inner realm of mystery and divine encounter. The temple complex of Ar-Zarkim stood on Malta's southern coast, its massive limestone blocks, some weighing more than 20 tons, arranged in the distinctive configuration shared by all the Maltese temples, a series of semicircular chambers arranged along a central axis, creating a trefoil or cloverleaf pattern. The exterior walls, built of hard coralline limestone that could withstand weathering, contrasted with the softer Globigerina limestone used for interior spaces and carvings. Archaeologists would later marvel at how these Neolithic builders, using only stone, bone, and wooden tools, managed to cut, transport, and precisely position such enormous blocks. The absence of wheeled vehicles or draft animals on Malta during this period made the achievement even more remarkable. Modern experiments suggested that teams of workers using log rollers and lever systems could move the stones, but the precision of their placement, creating walls that had stood for thousands of years, spoke to extraordinary engineering knowledge. As twilight approached, Imnaja packed her tools, flint blades, stone hammers, and polishing implements made from harder stones imported from Sicily, evidence of the maritime trade connections that linked Malta to the broader Mediterranean world, despite its isolation as an island group. Tomorrow would bring the summer solstice celebration, one of the most important ceremonial days in the temple calendar, and final preparations were still underway. "Come," urged Kalanu, "the oracle bones need to be prepared, and the priestess has requested your assistance." They made their way through the temple's intricately designed spaces, passing between massive upright megaliths that formed doorways between discrete ritual areas. The architecture created a deliberate progression from public to increasingly private spaces, controlling movement and enhancing the sensory impact of the ritual experience through manipulation of sound, light, and spatial orientation. In the innermost chamber, where only initiates were permitted, the temple's elderly priestess sat beside a stone altar. Unlike the popular modern image of prehistoric religion as male-dominated, archaeological evidence from Malta suggested women played crucial ceremonial roles. The numerous female figurines found throughout the temples, ranging from tiny amulets to the massive fat lady, statues that stood over 2 feet tall, hinted at a cult focused on fertility and regeneration. "Ah, Imnaja," the priestess greeted her. "Your hands are steady. Help me prepare the oracle bones for tomorrow's ceremony." The divination practice involved scapulomancy, reading patterns in fire-cracked animal shoulder blades, a technique used across many ancient cultures to divine future events or answer pressing communal questions. For the solstice ceremony, the bones would be prepared, then heated during the ritual until they cracked, with the resulting patterns interpreted as messages from the divine realm. As Imnaja assisted with the preparation, carefully cleaning and marking the bones, the priestess shared the concerns weighing on the community: declining rainfall patterns that threatened crop yields, tensions with neighboring settlements over resource access, and worrying omens observed in migration patterns of birds that normally heralded seasonal changes. The temple served not just as a religious center, but as the heart of social, political, and ecological management for the surrounding population. "The summer alignment will be critical tomorrow," the priestess explained. "If the light enters the oracle chamber precisely as expected, it will reassure the people that cosmic order remains intact despite these concerning signs." Imnaja nodded, understanding the significance. Like many megalithic structures worldwide, Malta's temples incorporated astronomical alignments into their architecture. At Amiasar Krum, the summer solstice sunrise sent a beam of light through a specially constructed oracle hole, illuminating a specific altar stone. Similar alignments existed at the nearby Menaja complex, where different temples captured the equinox and solstice sunrises. These solar events not only marked important agricultural turning points, but reassured the community that cosmic order persisted despite worldly uncertainties. The following morning, before dawn, Imnaja joined the procession of worshippers approaching the temple complex. From the village below, they appeared as silhouettes against the lightening sky, carrying offerings of grain, honey, and figurines that would be presented at various stations throughout the ceremonial journey. The air filled with the scent of burning herbs and the low, rhythmic sounds of drums and bone flutes that helped create the altered consciousness desired for ritual participation. As the first edge of the sun breached the horizon, Imnaja watched the priestess position herself in the innermost chamber. Through a series of precisely angled passages, the sunlight penetrated deep into the temple, creating a momentary alignment that illuminated both the altar stone and the oracle bones positioned upon it. A murmur passed through the gathered initiates as the light touched the prepared scapula, causing the thin bone to crack in the sudden heat difference. The priestess studied the resulting pattern intently before announcing her interpretation, a message of reassurance that while challenges lay ahead, proper observance of ritual obligations and careful management of resources would see the community through the coming year. Whether this represented genuine divination, shrewd assessment of environmental conditions, or calculated social management remains a question for modern scholars, but for Imnaja and her contemporaries, it represented direct communication with the cosmic forces that governed their existence. Archaeological excavations conducted thousands of years later would reveal the extensive evidence of ritual activities within these temple spaces. Libation holes and channels carved into limestone floors suggested liquid offerings, while fire-cracked bones and carbonized grain indicated burnt sacrifices. Stone hearths and cooking vessels pointed to ceremonial feasting, while carefully placed animal remains, predominantly sheep, goats, and cattle, indicated animal sacrifice formed part of the religious practice. Most intriguing to researchers were the temple's acoustical properties. Chambers designed with specific dimensions created resonance effects that amplified chanting or drumming, potentially inducing altered states of consciousness in participants. Some spaces contained evidence of red ochre pigment, suggesting walls were once painted crimson, the color of blood and life, enhancing the sensory impact of ceremonies performed within. This sophisticated understanding of how architectural spaces could create psychological and physiological effects spoke to the advanced knowledge possessed by these temple builders, despite their lack of writing systems or metal technologies that traditionally define advanced civilizations in archaeological contexts. After the morning ceremony concluded, the community transitioned to celebration, feasting, music, and dance that strengthened social bonds and redistributed resources among the population. Mnaja participated while observing how the temple's function extended beyond purely religious purposes to encompass social integration, cultural transmission, and even economic exchange, as evidenced by the specialized craft goods presented as offerings. The temples maintain balance, Kalanu explained to a group of children, including Mnaja's younger siblings, who had gathered to hear the elders' wisdom, between earth and sky, between ocean and land, between what we take and what we return. This is why we bring our best crafts, our finest foods, and our most beautiful art to honor the forces that sustain us. This concept of reciprocal relationship between human communities and the natural supernatural world formed the philosophical core of the temple culture. The massive stone structures represented an investment of communal resources that modern estimates suggest would have required decades to complete, even with hundreds of workers, an extraordinary commitment for a society based on subsistence agriculture, supplemented by fishing and herding. What Mnaja could not have known as she participated in these solstice ceremonies was that she lived during what archaeologists would later identify as the peak of Malta's temple-building culture, a civilization that had developed in remarkable isolation on the small Mediterranean islands. With a total land area of just 316 square kilometers, Malta and its sister island of Gozo supported a population estimated between 7,000 and 10,000 people during this period, all seemingly united by the shared cultural and religious practices centered on the temples. Even more surprisingly to modern observers, this society flourished without any evidence of warfare or violent conflict. Unlike contemporary civilizations on the Mediterranean mainland, Malta's archaeological record contains no fortifications, no weapons designed for combat rather than hunting, and no skeletal remains showing traumatic injuries consistent with violence. This apparent peacefulness, almost unique among complex prehistoric societies, has led some scholars to suggest that their religious worldview and social organization somehow transcended the conflicts that plagued other early agricultural societies. The temple culture's sudden collapse around 2350 BCE remains one of Mediterranean prehistory's great mysteries. After nearly a millennium of continuous development and increasingly elaborate temple construction, the entire cultural system disappeared relatively abruptly. The temples were abandoned, and the distinctive artistic traditions, ceramic styles, and ritual practices vanished from the archaeological record. Various theories attempt to explain this collapse: climate change leading to agricultural failure, environmental degradation from overexploitation of limited island resources, social upheaval triggered by religious disillusionment, or perhaps external disruption from new populations arriving in the central Mediterranean. Archaeological evidence suggests a significant population decline coincided with the abandonment of the temples, but whether this represented outmigration, elevated mortality, or reduced birth rates remains unclear. What followed was even more puzzling. A dark age of several centuries before new cultural patterns emerged on Malta, represented by the Bronze Age Tarxian cemetery culture, that showed completely different religious practices, burial customs, and material culture, with no apparent continuity from the temple builders. This cultural discontinuity suggests the possibility that the original temple-building population largely disappeared, whether through disaster, exodus, or gradual assimilation with newcomers. For nearly 4,000 years, the temples stood abandoned, their purpose forgotten, slowly weathering under Mediterranean sun and storms. Local folklore eventually attributed them to giants or other mythical beings, as their construction seemed beyond ordinary human capability. Not until the early modern period did scholars begin to take interest in these mysterious structures, with the first scientific excavations conducted in the 19th century. The most famous discovery came in 1902 at the hypogeum of Al-Saflieni, an underground temple complex, carved from solid limestone that mirrored the architectural features of the above-ground temples. Within its chambers, archaeologists discovered the remains of an estimated 7,000 individuals, representing centuries of ritual burial. More remarkably, they found evidence of acoustic engineering, with certain chambers designed to amplify and resonate sound in specific ways, creating dramatic effects when voices or instruments were used within the space. Modern archaeologists continue to uncover new evidence about this enigmatic culture. Careful excavation has revealed sophisticated architectural knowledge, including the use of ball-bearing systems under massive threshold stones to make them easier to move, and knowledge of expansion properties in different types of limestone to create more stable structures. Astronomical studies have confirmed the solstice and equinox alignments, demonstrating precise observational astronomy despite the absence of written records. The legacy of Malta's temple builders extends beyond archaeology into questions about the development of human spirituality and social organization. How did this small island society create such monumental architecture without the hierarchical political systems, forced labor, and militaristic competition that characterized other early complex societies? How did they maintain cultural continuity and religious practices for nearly a millennium without writing? And what ultimately caused their disappearance after such remarkable achievements? For Imnaja, living at the height of this temple culture, such questions would have been incomprehensible. The temples represented the permanent manifestation of an eternal cosmic order, their massive stones seemingly as enduring as the forces they honored. She could not have imagined their abandonment, nor their rediscovery millennia later, as archaeological curiosities, rather than living religious centers. As the solstice celebration continued into evening, with feasting and ritual dances performed in the temple forecourt, Imnaja returned briefly to the inner chamber to complete final details on her spiral carvings. In the deepening twilight, oil lamps cast flickering shadows that seemed to animate the spirals, creating an illusion of perpetual motion that perfectly embodied the cyclical worldview at the heart of the temple religion. "Beautiful work," the priestess commented, finding Imnaja alone with her carvings. "This will speak to those who come after us, even when our words are forgotten." Though meant as praise for craftsmanship that would instruct future generations within their own community, the priestess's words carried an unintended prophetic quality. The spiral symbols carved by artisans like Imnaja would indeed communicate across millennia, long after their spoken language disappeared and their religious practices were forgotten. Modern visitors to Malta's temples still stand in awe before these ancient carvings, connecting across time with the hands that created them and the minds that conceived their cosmic significance. In this sense, despite the mysterious disappearance of their culture, the temple builders achieved a form of immortality through their megalithic creations, stone monuments that continue to evoke wonder, raise questions, and inspire respect for the profound achievements possible, even without the technologies we consider fundamental to civilization. The temples of Malta stand as testimony to human capacity for cooperation, spiritual expression, and engagement with cosmic mysteries that transcend the limitations of specific times, technologies, or cultural frameworks. Chapter 6. Easter Island. The Moai and Lost Ceremonies. The Pacific dawn broke over Rano Rauku, the volcanic crater that served as the quarry for the massive stone statues of Rapa Nui. Matahi wiped sweat from his brow as he directed his carving team in the delicate work of separating another Moai from the bedrock. It was approximately 1320 CE, and after nearly 400 years of settlement on this remote island, the most isolated inhabited place on Earth, the Rapa Nui people had developed a complex civilization centered around ancestor worship and the creation of the enigmatic stone giants that would fascinate the world centuries later. Carefully now, Matahi cautioned as workers used obsidian tools to chip away at the volcanic tuff. "This one will honor my grandfather, who led our clan to victory in the last Birdman competition. His mana must flow perfectly through the stone." The concept of mana, spiritual power and prestige, lay at the heart of Rapa Nui's Moai culture. The massive statues were not viewed as mere representations but as vessels that contained and projected the mana of deified ancestors. Through proper ritual and the correct creation of these stone bodies, the ancestors could continue to protect and empower their descendants, maintaining the delicate balance between human society and the supernatural forces that governed their isolated world. Rapa Nui's isolation was profound, more than 1,200 miles from the nearest inhabited island and over 2,000 miles from South America. This tiny speck of land, just 63 square miles in area, represented one of humanity's most remarkable tales of survival, adaptation, and ultimately, ecological disaster. The Polynesian voyagers who had arrived around 900 CE found an island paradise covered in palm forests with rich volcanic soil and abundant resources. By Matahi's time, however, the signs of strain were becoming increasingly apparent as deforestation advanced across the landscape. The moai that Matahi's team carved followed strict cultural conventions while incorporating individual characteristics of the ancestor it represented. Averaging 13 feet tall and weighing 14 tons, these statues featured disproportionately large heads, elongated ears, and compressed torsos with arms positioned along the sides. Most distinctive were their brooding faces with prominent brows and long noses, giving them a stern, watchful appearance as they gazed inland from their coastal platforms. What made Rapa Nui's achievement even more remarkable was the transportation challenge. These massive statues needed to be moved from the quarry to ceremonial platforms, or scattered around the island's perimeter, a process that required extraordinary engineering knowledge, social organization, and resource commitment from a small population estimated at between 7,000 to 15,000 people at its peak. "My father told me stories of when the moai walked," said Turi, Matai's apprentice, as they paused to drink water from gourds. He witnessed 20 men make the ancestor move from Rano Raraku all the way to Tongariki. Matai nodded solemnly. The transportation methods remained sacred knowledge, shared only among certain families and clans. Archaeological evidence and Rapa Nui oral traditions would later suggest various techniques, including the use of Y-shaped wooden sledges or log rollers, with teams of workers using ropes to rock the statues forward in a walking motion. Computer models created by modern researchers would eventually demonstrate that as few as 17 people, using coordinated rocking techniques, could indeed walk the moai across the landscape, an elegant solution to a seemingly impossible engineering problem. The statues themselves told only part of Rapa Nui's story. Once positioned on the Ahu, massive stone platforms that required their own remarkable engineering, many moai were crowned with pukao, cylindrical red scoria top knots that may have represented elaborate hairstyles or ceremonial headdresses. Some statues also received coral and obsidian eyes, transforming them from mere stone into seeing, sentient presences that projected mana across the territory they surveyed. As the day's work at the quarry concluded, Matai prepared to attend a ceremony at Ahu Akivi, where 7 moai faced the setting sun rather than inland, an exception to typical orientation patterns that archaeologists would later determine was precisely aligned to mark the spring and autumn equinoxes. Such astronomical knowledge was critical to the Rapa Nui people, who relied on accurate seasonal predictions for agricultural planning and ceremonial timing on an island with limited resources. "Tonight the Ariki will perform the reading of the Rongorongo," Turi mentioned excitedly as they gathered their tools. "My cousin has been selected for training in the script." The mention of Rongorongo highlighted another extraordinary achievement of Rapa Nui culture, the development of a written script in complete isolation, one of only a handful of places worldwide where writing evolved independently rather than through diffusion from other cultures. The glyphs, carved on wooden tablets in alternating directions, requiring the reader to rotate the tablet at the end of each line, contained genealogical information, ritual chants, and astronomical knowledge preserved for future generations. Tragically, the ability to read Rongorongo would be lost during the catastrophic population collapse of the 19th century, leaving modern linguists with one of archaeology's great unsolved puzzles, a written language that cannot be deciphered despite substantial samples. The knowledge contained in these tablets, including perhaps explanations of the moai's purpose and the techniques of their creation and transportation, vanished along with the traditional priests and teachers during the island's ecological and cultural collapse. The ceremony at Ahu Akivi began at sunset, with elders chanting genealogies that stretched back to the legendary arrival of Hotu Matua, the founding chief who had led the original settlement of Rapa Nui. The Ariki, hereditary chief who combined political and religious authority, led rituals intended to honor ancestors and ensure their continued protection of the community. What Matohi could not have known, as he watched these sacred ceremonies connecting his people to their origins, was that his generation stood at a pivotal moment in Rapa Nui's history. The island had already lost most of its native palm forest through a combination of clearing for agriculture, consumption of palm fruits by introduced Polynesian rats, and the intensive use of timber for moai transportation and construction. Without these trees, soil erosion accelerated, agricultural productivity declined, and critically, the materials needed for ocean-going canoes became unavailable, effectively cutting the island off from escape when resources dwindled. Archaeological evidence would later reveal this environmental decline through analyses of pollen records, soil samples, and middens, refuse heaps showing changing food sources as traditional resources disappeared. The large, diverse seabird populations that once nested on the island vanished as their habitat was destroyed. Marine resources became increasingly difficult to access without proper canoes. As food security declined, social tensions evidently increased between the island's competing clans. By the late 17th century, this environmental stress appears to have triggered a dramatic cultural transformation. The archaeological record shows the cessation of Moai carving, with many statues left unfinished in the quarry. More ominously, evidence suggests deliberate toppling of existing Moai during conflicts between rival groups. The ancestors literally brought down as their descendants fought over dwindling resources. A new cultural system emerged, the Birdman cult centered at the ceremonial village of Orongo on the southwestern tip of the island. Instead of expressing status through commissioning and maintaining Moai, leadership became based on an annual competition to retrieve the first sooty tern egg from the offshore islet of Motu Nui. This dangerous athletic and spiritual contest required competitors to descend treacherous cliffs, swim through shark-infested waters, and retrieve the egg unbroken, all while fasting and observing complex ritual restrictions. The Birdman petroglyphs that cover the ceremonial site at Orongo depict human figures with bird heads, containing symbolic references to fertility, rebirth, and the complex relationship between human and divine power. This dramatic cultural pivot represented a remarkable adaptation to changed circumstances. The establishment of a new religious and political system that accommodated the island's diminished carrying capacity, while maintaining social cohesion through ritual competition, rather than resource-intensive statue construction. But Matahi's generation knew nothing of this future transformation. For them, the Moai represented the pinnacle of their culture's achievement and the physical manifestation of their spiritual worldview. As night fell over Ahu Akivi, the ceremony moved into its second phase, divination through the study of stars and their relationship to terrestrial affairs. Rapa Nui's isolation had necessitated the development of sophisticated astronomical knowledge. Without nearby islands or regular contact with other societies, accurate celestial navigation became essential for cultural memory, agricultural timing, and ritual correctness. Star observations helped determine planting times, fishing expeditions, and ceremonial cycles that structured Rapa Nui life. The island's archaeological record contains numerous celestial references, stone markers positioned to track solstices and equinoxes, petroglyphs depicting celestial bodies, and the orientations of various ahu in relation to astronomical events. This knowledge represented generations of careful observation, passed down through specialized priests who memorized complex star charts and their seasonal relationships. The ancestors watched from above as well as through stone eyes, explained the elderly priest conducting the ceremony, pointing to particular star configurations that were believed to represent deified chiefs from earlier generations. This integration of celestial observation with ancestor worship created a comprehensive cosmological system that placed Rapa Nui at the center of a sacred geography extending from earth to sky. Modern research has revealed just how remarkable the Rapa Nui achievement was in creating this complex civilization on such limited resources. The island lacked many materials Polynesians typically relied upon: no coconut palms, bamboo or large timber sources, no naturally occurring metals, limited fresh water available only in crater lakes rather than streams, and poor conditions for growing traditional Polynesian staples like taro and breadfruit. Despite these challenges, the Rapa Nui adapted their agricultural practices to the island's conditions, developing innovative methods like lithic mulching, using stone coverings to preserve soil moisture and reduce erosion, and manavai, circular stone gardens that protected plants from wind and salt spray. They constructed stone chicken houses to protect this valuable protein source and developed specialized farming techniques suited to the island's microenvironments. Archaeological excavations suggest that, contrary to popular narratives of self-inflicted ecological suicide, the Rapa Nui demonstrated considerable ingenuity in adapting to their challenging circumstances. The ultimate collapse came not primarily through their own resource mismanagement, but through the devastating combination of environmental stress, European contact bringing disease, and the horrors of 19th century slave raiding that decimated the population and destroyed cultural knowledge. When Dutch explorer Jacob Roggeveen became the first European to encounter Rapa Nui on Easter Sunday, 1722, giving the island its European name, he reported seeing both standing moai with top knots and prostrate statues, suggesting the cultural transition was already underway. Subsequent European visitors documented further aspects of the island's changing culture, though often with significant misunderstandings and cultural biases that complicated later historical reconstruction. The most devastating period came in the 1860s when Peruvian slave raiders abducted approximately 1,500 Rapa Nui, nearly half the remaining population, to work in guano mines. Among those taken were the Araki priests and experts in rongo, effectively decapitating the traditional knowledge system. Of those abducted, only around 15 individuals ever returned, bringing with them smallpox that further ravaged the island's population. By 1877, only 111 native Rapa Nui remained alive. When Chile annexed the island in 1880, it was converted largely to sheep ranching, with the surviving indigenous population confined to the settlement of Hangaroa. This catastrophic population bottleneck, combined with Christian conversion that discouraged traditional practices, severed many connections to the island's cultural past, including the meaning and purpose of the Moai that had once defined Rapa Nui's spiritual life. The rediscovery and reconstruction of Rapa Nui's history represents one of archaeology's great challenges and achievements. Through careful excavation, ethnographic recording of surviving oral traditions, analysis of European explorer accounts, and innovative scientific techniques like radiocarbon dating, pollen analysis, and LiDAR mapping, researchers have gradually assembled a more accurate understanding of the island's remarkable past. Catherine Routledge's pioneering fieldwork in 1914-15 recorded invaluable oral histories from elders who still remembered traditional knowledge. Thor Heyerdahl's expeditions in the 1950s, while promoting controversial theories about South American origins, nevertheless documented important archaeological evidence. The work of William Malloy, Sergio Rapu, the first Rapa Nui archaeologist, and many subsequent researchers has continued to refine our understanding of this unique civilization. Modern archaeological perspectives have increasingly emphasized Rapa Nui agency and ingenuity, rather than earlier narratives of irrational self-destruction. The Moai were not, as some popular accounts suggested, the product of religious obsession that drove ecological collapse. They represented a sophisticated cultural adaptation to isolation that integrated political leadership, ancestor worship, astronomical knowledge, and social cohesion, a system that functioned effectively for centuries before environmental limits and external forces overwhelmed it. For Matahi, standing beneath the stars at Ahu Akivi, such future interpretations would have seemed incomprehensible. The Moai surrounding him were not archaeological puzzles but living presences, ancestral vessels radiating mana across the landscape. The rituals he participated in were not cultural curiosities but vital practices maintaining cosmic order. The Rongorongo tablets contain not undecipherable symbols but the wisdom of generations, preserved for those yet to come. As the ceremony concluded and participants returned to their settlements, Matahi paused for a final look at the 7 Moai silhouetted against the star-filled Pacific sky. Tomorrow would bring another day of carving at Rano Raraku, another step in the perpetual cycle of honoring ancestors and ensuring their protection. In that moment of connection between past and present, between stone and spirit, between earth and sky, lay the essence of Rapa Nui's achievement, a uniquely human response to isolation that transformed one of the world's most remote places into a landscape of extraordinary cultural meaning. Archaeological research continues on Rapa Nui, with each new discovery adding nuance to our understanding of this remarkable civilization. Advanced technologies like ground-penetrating radar have revealed previously unknown features of the Moai, including detailed carvings on buried portions and evidence of multiple phases of modification and ritual use. Excavations around the Ahu have uncovered cremation pits, offerings, and evidence of the complex ceremonial activities that once animated these sacred spaces. Perhaps most importantly, the Rapa Nui people themselves have experienced cultural revitalization in recent decades. Traditional practices, language and art forms are being reclaimed and renewed. Management of archaeological sites has increasingly returned to indigenous control, ensuring that interpretations reflect Rapa Nui perspectives alongside scientific findings. The Moai, once studied primarily as archaeological specimens, are being reconnected to their living cultural context as symbols of ancestral presence and indigenous resilience. In this ongoing process of discovery and cultural reclamation, the enigmatic stone faces of Rapa Nui continue to gaze across time, connecting the carvers like Matahi who created them, the generations who honored them, the researchers who study them, and the modern visitors who stand in awe before them. In their silent presence rests the enduring testimony of human creativity, spiritual purpose, and the drive to create meaning, even at the furthest edges of our world. Chapter 7. The Caves of Ajanta, Buddhist Sanctuary of Meditation. The monsoon rains pounded against the horseshoe-shaped cliff as Ananda applied the final brushstrokes to the celestial figure floating above the meditating Buddha. Working by the flickering light of oil lamps, his skilled hand added highlights to the diaphanous garments of the heavenly being, creating an illusion of movement that seemed to defy the static nature of paint on stone. It was the year 462 CE, and the young artist was part of a brotherhood of monks and artisans who had spent decades transforming the natural caves of the Wagara River Valley into one of Buddhism's most extraordinary sanctuaries. "The light is failing," observed a Pagupta, the elderly monk who supervised the artistic work in Cave 17. "You should rest. The colors will appear different in tomorrow's light." Ananda nodded reluctantly. He had been working since before dawn on this particular celestial attendant, one of dozens that would surround the central Buddha figure in the complex narrative painting depicting the moment of enlightenment. The Ajanta caves represented one of the most ambitious artistic undertakings of the age, an integrated complex of architecture, sculpture, and painting that transformed solid rock into transcendent spiritual spaces. The horseshoe-shaped ravine cut by the Wagara River had first attracted Buddhist monks seeking isolation for meditation around the 2nd century BCE, during the Satavahana dynasty. These early visitors had carved simple meditation cells into the volcanic rock face, creating the first group of caves. After a hiatus of several centuries, work had resumed with royal patronage from the Vakataka dynasty, whose generous support had enabled the creation of far more elaborate prayer halls and monasteries, adorned with increasingly sophisticated artistic works. The natural seclusion of the site served multiple purposes. The cliff's curve dampened sound from the outside world, creating an atmosphere of profound silence conducive to meditation. During monsoon season, when Buddhist monks traditionally suspended their wandering lifestyle to settle in one location, the overhanging rock provided protection from torrential rains. The river below supplied water, while the surrounding forest provided materials needed for daily life. Most importantly, the isolation created a sanctuary where monks could focus entirely on spiritual pursuits far from worldly distractions. "Come," said a Pagupta, guiding Ananda from the painting scaffolding toward the cave's entrance. "The abbot wishes to discuss tomorrow's ceremony with all the artists." They walked through the cavernous Vihara monastery, passing cells where monks lived and meditated. The cave's interior represented an architectural marvel, columns, beams, and ceiling elements all carved from the living rock in imitation of wooden structures, transforming solid stone into an illusion of assembled construction. Every surface that wasn't dedicated to narrative paintings featured decorative elements, lotus flowers, celestial beings, geometric patterns, and auspicious symbols from Buddhist cosmology. Outside, the rain had temporarily subsided, allowing glimpses of other cave entrances along the curving cliff face. Some were elaborate facades resembling palace architecture, with columned porticos and sculptural reliefs. Others were simpler, their exteriors offering little hint of the artistic treasures within. The complex had grown organically over generations, with each new cave reflecting evolving artistic styles, spiritual emphases, and the resources of particular patrons. The abbot waited in Cave 16, the largest and most elaborate chaitya hall, prayer hall in the complex. Its cathedral-like interior featured a central stupa, a hemispherical structure representing the Buddha's enlightened presence, surrounded by stone columns arranged in a horseshoe pattern that drew the eye toward the sacred focal point. Unlike earlier Buddhist art, which had represented the Buddha through symbols rather than human form, the artists of Ajanta depicted him as a human figure, though one distinguished by specific marks of his spiritual attainment: the Ushnisha cranial protuberance, elongated earlobes, specific hand gestures, mudras, and the Irna, auspicious mark between the eyebrows. Tomorrow's consecration ceremony will include representatives from the royal court, the abbot explained to the gathered artists and monks. The minister himself will attend to witness our progress and report to Emperor Harishena. It is an opportunity to demonstrate not just artistic excellence, but the spiritual power cultivated in this sacred place. The mention of the emperor reminded all present that their artistic and spiritual work existed within a specific political context. The Vakataka dynasty's patronage of Buddhist institutions reflected both genuine religious devotion and strategic considerations in an era when Buddhism enjoyed widespread support among merchants, guilds, and influential segments of society. Through supporting spectacular projects like Ajanta, rulers demonstrated both their wealth and their commitment to Dharma, cosmic order, and righteous duty. As preparation for the ceremony continued around him, Ananda wandered toward the entrance of Cave 16, gazing across the ravine as twilight descended. The young artist had joined the Ajanta community 5 years earlier, following a family tradition of artistic service to Buddhist institutions. His grandfather had worked on the earlier caves during Emperor Harishena's initial patronage, and his father had taught him the specialized techniques needed for painting on dry plaster in the distinctive Ajanta style. The artistic process itself involved remarkable technical sophistication. First, workers applied a rough layer of clay mixed with rice husks and animal hair to the irregular rock surface. Once dried, this was covered with a fine lime plaster mixture that created a smooth painting surface. Artists then applied preliminary sketches in red ochre, before adding mineral-based pigments: whites from kaolin clay, reds from red ochre, yellows from yellow ochre, blues from lapis lazuli, and greens from glauconite or tierra verde. Black came from charcoal or lamp black, while gold highlights used actual gold leaf applied to special surfaces. What made the paintings of Ajanta extraordinary was not just their technical execution, but their content and spiritual purpose. Unlike Western religious art that often emphasized devotional sentiment or biblical narrative, the Ajanta paintings served multiple integrated functions: narrative illustrations of the Buddha's previous lives, Jataka tales that taught ethical principles through storytelling, depictions of the historical Buddha's life that reinforced core doctrinal concepts, representations of bodhisattvas, enlightened beings who postpone final liberation to help others, that inspired compassionate action, and visual aids for visualization practices that formed part of advanced meditation techniques. The next morning dawned clear after the night's rain, filling the caves with the diffuse natural light that their architects had carefully engineered through strategic entrances and window-like openings. This lighting system, supplemented by polished metal reflectors and oil lamps, created optimal conditions for experiencing the paintings, with different times of day, highlighting different aspects of the artistic program. As royal representatives arrived for the consecration ceremony, Ananda stood with other junior artists at the back of Cave 16, observing as the abbot led distinguished guests through the sacred space. The ceremony combined formal elements of court protocol with Buddhist ritual, including circumambulation of the stupa, chanting of sutras, Buddhist scriptures, offerings of flowers and incense, and Dharma talks explaining the spiritual significance of the artistic features. Notice how the paintings serve as visual Dharma, the abbot explained to the minister, gesturing toward a wall depicting the Sibi Jataka, a story of the Buddha in a previous life sacrificing his own flesh to save a dove from a hawk. They teach central principles: compassion, wisdom, non-attachment, through narratives that even the unlettered can understand. The artist becomes a Dharma teacher through visual means. Modern art historians would later recognize additional dimensions to these paintings. Their value as historical documents recording details of 5th century Indian court life, fashion, architecture, social customs, and natural environments. Their artistic innovations in composition, perspective, and emotional expression, and their influence on artistic traditions throughout Asia as Buddhism spread to new regions. What particularly distinguished Ajanta's paintings was their psychological subtlety and humanity. Unlike the more formal hieratic styles that characterized some religious art traditions, the Ajanta artists depicted human emotions with remarkable sensitivity: lovers exchanging glances, parents grieving lost children, courtiers displaying boredom or attention during royal audiences, servants caught in moments of distraction or fatigue. These psychological observations, rendered with gentle humor and compassion, revealed the Buddhist emphasis on mindful awareness of the full range of human experience. As the ceremony concluded and the royal party departed, the monks and artists returned to their regular routine, a carefully structured day that balanced physical work, artistic creation, scriptural study, and meditation practice. This integration of creative expression with spiritual discipline reflected the Mahayana Buddhist understanding that enlightenment was not achieved by withdrawing from worldly existence, but by transforming one's relationship to it through compassionate engagement and mindful presence. For Ananda, returning to his painting in Cave 17, this integration manifested in the meditative quality of artistic work itself, the steady focus required to apply pigments with precision, the visualization of completed forms before execution, the sublimation of individual ego in service to a greater communal vision. All these aspects of artistic practice paralleled formal meditation techniques. The cave paintings were not merely decorations or illustrations, but visual manifestations of enlightened consciousness, created through processes that themselves constituted spiritual practice. When you paint the Buddha's face, Upagupta had taught him, first visualize perfect compassion within yourself. Feel it expanding until it fills your entire being, only then lift your brush. This way, the painting becomes an act of devotion, not mere technique. Archaeological evidence suggests that the Ajanta community included not just monks but lay specialists, professional artists, sculptors, and architectural engineers who worked alongside monastics in a complex collaborative process. Inscriptions record donations from guilds, merchants, and regional officials, indicating broader community support beyond royal patronage. This collaboration between monastic and secular society reflected Buddhism's adaptability to different social contexts and its integration with existing cultural and economic systems. What Ananda and his contemporaries could not have anticipated was how their artistic legacy would disappear from human awareness for nearly 13 centuries, only to be dramatically rediscovered through an accident of Imperial British presence in India. In 1819, a British cavalry officer named John Smith, hunting tigers in the Wagara Valley, noticed the cave openings partially obscured by jungle growth. His exploration revealed the long-forgotten complex, setting in motion a process of documentation, preservation, and scholarly study that continues to the present day. The abandonment of Ajanta had occurred gradually, beginning in the late 5th century, as Buddhism declined in India, while Hinduism experienced revitalization under new dynasties. Without royal patronage, and with diminishing monastic communities, the remote site eventually fell into disuse. The surrounding jungle reclaimed the access paths, and local knowledge of the cave's significance faded, though folklore preserved dim memories of painted places in the cliffs. This abandonment, while representing a loss in terms of continued tradition, actually preserved the paintings in ways that might not have occurred with continued occupation. The cave's remote location protected them from iconoclastic destruction during periods of religious conflict, while the dry microclimate and the chemical properties of the pigments and plaster contributed to their remarkable preservation. Though damaged in places by water seepage, insect activity, and later human visitors, the paintings retained sufficient integrity to astonish scholars with their artistic sophistication and emotional expressiveness. The rediscovery of Ajanta, in the early colonial period, coincided with growing European interest in Asian art and religion, contributing to the emerging fields of art history, religious studies, and archaeology in the colonial context. Early documentation efforts, though often filtered through Orientalist perspectives, nevertheless preserved crucial information about the site before later deterioration. Watercolor copies commissioned from Indian artists by colonial officials captured details of paintings that subsequently faded, providing valuable records for later conservation efforts. For modern visitors to Ajanta, the experience parallels aspects of the site's original function, though transformed by contemporary tourism infrastructure and conservation concerns. The approach through the curving ravine still builds anticipation, while the sudden revelation of the cave facades creates a sense of discovery. Moving from bright exterior light into the cave interiors requires a period of visual adjustment, during which the painted walls gradually emerge from darkness, a physical process that mirrors the metaphorical movement from ignorance to illumination, central to Buddhist spiritual practice. Conservation challenges continue to necessitate careful balancing of accessibility with preservation. The same monsoon-affected environment that attracted Buddhist monks seeking seasonal shelter now threatens the paintings through humidity fluctuations. Tourist breath and body heat introduce additional moisture, while earlier well-intentioned conservation efforts sometimes caused unintended damage through inappropriate materials or techniques. Contemporary conservation science employs advanced technologies to monitor environmental conditions, document deterioration processes, and develop intervention strategies that respect the site's material and cultural integrity. For Ananda and his fellow artists in the 5th century, such preservation concerns would have seemed beside the point. Buddhist philosophy emphasized impermanence as a fundamental reality, with even the most impressive creations ultimately subject to decay. The purpose of their artistic work was not to create eternal monuments, but to facilitate present-moment awakening for those encountering the spaces they created. That these works have nevertheless endured to inspire viewers across centuries would represent to them not artistic triumph, but evidence of how visual Dharma transcends its original context, to communicate across vast distances of time and cultural difference. As evening approached and work concluded for the day, Ananda joined other monks in meditation within Cave 26, where a massive reclining Buddha depicted the moment of parinirvana, the historical Buddha's final release from the cycle of rebirth. The sculpture's serene expression captured the Buddhist ideal of facing impermanence with equanimity, neither clinging to existence nor fearing its cessation. In the fading light, with oil lamps creating pools of illumination amid growing shadows, the boundaries between the living meditators and the stone figures surrounding them seemed momentarily to dissolve. This perceptual shift embodied one of Buddhism's central insights, that seemingly solid distinctions between self and other, animate and inanimate, present and past, creator and creation, reveal themselves as conceptual constructions rather than absolute realities when examined through sustained mindful awareness. For the contemporary visitor sensing similar boundary dissolutions when encountering these ancient spaces, the experience offers a rare direct connection across centuries, a momentary participation in the contemplative consciousness that Ananda and his community cultivated through their integrated practice of art, architecture, and meditation. The caves of Ajanta thus continue to fulfill their original purpose, not as static monuments to a vanished past, but as living environments that facilitate heightened awareness of impermanence, interconnection, and the possibility of awakening within the present moment. The Chapter 8, Karnak, France's mysterious stone alignments. The salt-laden breeze from the Atlantic swept across the heath as Guillemard moved among the stones, carefully measuring the distance between two massive menhirs using a knotted cord. The summer solstice was approaching in the year 4200 BCE, and as one of the elders responsible for maintaining the sacred knowledge of his people, he needed to ensure that the ceremonial preparations were correct. The stone alignments stretching across the landscape of what would later be called Carnac in Brittany, France, represented generations of astronomical observation, spiritual devotion, and monumental labor. A vast ritual complex that would puzzle archaeologists millennia later. Is the alignment true? Asked his apprentice, Loic, a youth selected for training because of his exceptional memory and mathematical aptitude. It holds, Guillemard confirmed, squinting as he sighted along the row of standing stones toward the position where the midsummer sun would rise. The ancestors knew their work. 4 generations have passed since these stones were raised, yet the sun still responds to their arrangement. This accuracy was no accident. The megalithic builders of Karnak possessed sophisticated astronomical knowledge, acquired through centuries of careful observation, tracking celestial cycles, and incorporating them into monumental architecture that reflected their understanding of cosmic patterns. While lacking written language or metal tools, these Neolithic communities had developed methods for recording and transmitting complex information through oral tradition and physical constructions that encoded their accumulated wisdom. The scale of their achievement was staggering. The Karnak alignments, when complete, would include more than 3,000 standing stones arranged in parallel rows, stretching for several kilometers. Individual menhirs ranged from small blocks barely reaching knee height to massive monoliths, weighing 350 tons and standing up to 6.5 meters tall. These were quarried, transported, and erected without the benefit of wheels, metal tools, or draft animals, a testament to extraordinary social organization, engineering knowledge, and determined human effort. As Guillemard and Loic walked among the stone rows, they passed other members of their community, preparing for the solstice ceremonies. Women adorned some menhirs with carved symbols representing fertility and regeneration, while elders instructed younger members in the ritual movements that would be performed during the solstice observations. The atmosphere combined focused purpose with quiet reverence. These were not just stones, but physical embodiments of the community's relationship with cosmic forces that governed their existence. Remember, Guillemard instructed his apprentice, the alignments speak in multiple voices. They mark the sun's journey, yes, but also divide our territory, honor our ancestors, and connect the living land to the sky realm. When you learn to read all these voices together, you begin to understand their true purpose. Modern archaeologists would struggle with precisely this challenge, deciphering the multiple functions of megalithic monuments created by societies that left no written records. The physical evidence at Karnak suggested a complex, multi-layered purpose behind the extraordinary stone arrangements. The most obvious function, indicated by astronomical alignments, involved tracking celestial cycles, critical for agricultural timing and ritual calendars. Various segments of the alignments corresponded to significant solar and lunar positions throughout the year, creating a monumental calendar that helped structure community life around seasonal patterns. This astronomical knowledge represented generations of careful observation, preserved and refined through oral tradition and encoded in stone arrangements. Beyond calendar functions, the alignments physically organized the landscape, potentially marking territories, pathways, or boundaries between different resource zones or social groups. Their imposing presence created a humanized environment from natural terrain, transforming open land into culturally significant space that reflected social relationships and collective identity. The spiritual dimensions were equally important. Many archaeologists believe the alignments connected to ancestor veneration and beliefs about the journey of the soul after death. The stones may have represented individuals, lineages, or entire communities, creating permanent markers of human presence that transcended individual lifespans. Their arrangement possibly mimicked celestial pathways, believed to guide ancestral spirits between earthly and supernatural realms. What made Karnak particularly remarkable was not just the stone rows, but their place within a broader ritual landscape that included diverse megalithic structures. Dolmen's chamber tombs made of massive stones, passage graves, stone circles, and individual menhirs dotted the surrounding territory, creating an integrated complex that served different but complementary religious and social functions. As twilight approached, Guillemard led Loic toward one such complementary structure, a massive tumulus known today as Saint Michel, a stone burial mound measuring over 125 meters long and 12 meters high, containing multiple tombs and ritual chambers. In Guillemard's time, this imposing structure was already ancient, built centuries before the primary alignments, suggesting continuity of sacred landscape use across many generations. Our ancestors watch from within the mound, Guillemard explained as they approached the tumulus. From there, they witness our maintenance of the patterns they established. When we honor the stones, we honor them. Archaeological evidence supports this sense of ancestral connection. Excavations of megalithic tombs in the region have revealed not just human remains, but evidence of repeated ritual activity spanning centuries, offerings placed at entrances, ceremonial redistribution of bones, and modifications to structures that suggest ongoing relationships between the living and the dead, rather than simple burial and abandonment. The solstice ceremonies began the following dawn. Community members gathered at strategic positions along the alignments, with elders like Guillemard directing proceedings based on their specialized knowledge. As the sun rose along the axis created by carefully positioned stones, its light progressively illuminated specific menhirs, creating a dynamic interplay between natural phenomenon and human construction that made abstract celestial movements visibly concrete. What the participants experienced was not simple astronomical observation, but a profound integration of natural cycles, social memory, and spiritual belief. The alignments physically embodied their understanding of cosmic order, the predictable yet ever-changing relationships between earth and sky, living and dead, human community and more than human forces that governed existence. Modern visitors to Karnak can still sense echoes of this integration, though filtered through contemporary perspectives. The most extensive remaining alignments, Nemenic, Kemario, and Kurla, scans stretch across the landscape in parallel rows, their weathered surfaces bearing witness to over 6 millennia of human engagement. Some stones show carved symbols added long after their initial erection, evidence of how successive cultures reinterpreted and incorporated these monuments into their own belief systems. The archaeological record reveals that Karnac's megalithic landscape developed over an extended period rather than through a single construction phase. Radiocarbon dating suggests the major monument building occurred approximately 4,500–3,300 BCE, with some structures potentially earlier and ritual use continuing long after construction ceased. This time frame corresponds to significant social and economic developments in Neolithic Europe, the establishment of farming communities, emerging social stratification, and increasing territorial definition. These social changes provided both the means and motivation for monumental construction. Agricultural surplus created the resource base necessary to support specialist knowledge keepers and to feed workers during construction phases. Expanding populations required new ways to maintain social cohesion and cultural identity across larger groups. Increasing competition for territory and resources heightened the importance of ancestry claims and physical markers of group presence in the landscape. Karnac's megalithic builders possessed sophisticated technical knowledge that modern experiments have helped reconstruct. Moving multi-ton stones involved a combination of wooden sledges, rollers, levers, and carefully prepared earthen ramps, along with coordinated human labor, techniques demonstrated by experimental archaeologists who have successfully moved and erected similar stones using only Neolithic tools and methods. Precision of astronomical alignments required systematic observation protocols and methods for transferring celestial positions to terrestrial construction, possibly using weighted plumb lines for vertical alignment and water-filled trenches for establishing level surfaces. As night fell after the solstice observances, Gaimard led a smaller group of initiates to a lesser-known structure away from the main alignments, a stone circle where more specialized rituals would be conducted. Archaeological evidence suggests such circles often featured distinctive offerings and activities, different from those associated with the alignments, potentially indicating separate but complementary ritual functions within the broader ceremonial landscape. The circles contain while the lines connect, Gaimard explained to Loic. Within the circle we concentrate power. Along the lines we direct it across the land. One without the other creates imbalance. This complementary relationship between different monument types highlights the sophisticated ritual landscape Neolithic communities created, an integrated system where various structures work together rather than functioning as isolated monuments. Modern archaeological approaches increasingly emphasize understanding these relationships through landscape archaeology, rather than studying individual sites in isolation. What Gaimard could not have anticipated was how this integrated understanding would be fragmented by time. As cultural practices changed, knowledge transmission was disrupted, and physical monuments deteriorated or were repurposed. The original meanings and relationships became increasingly obscured. By the time Roman writers first described the stones, their creators were long forgotten, their purpose mysterious even to local inhabitants. This disconnection from original context allowed successive cultures to project their own interpretations onto the stones. Medieval Christian traditions attributed them to supernatural forces or biblical narratives. Local folklore variously described them as petrified soldiers, wedding parties turned to stone for impiety, or the work of Arthurian wizards. Enlightenment antiquarians proposed classical connections suggesting Druids or Celtic origins despite their much earlier date. Scientific archaeology gradually established a more accurate chronological framework, determining that the monuments predated both Celtic and Roman presence in the region by thousands of years. Excavations revealed characteristic Neolithic tools and pottery rather than later material culture, conclusively demonstrating their early date. Refinements in radiocarbon dating techniques have subsequently allowed increasingly precise chronological placement within the Neolithic period. The stones themselves preserved evidence of their creation and use that modern technological approaches have helped decode, where patterns and stone positioning suggest how they were moved and erected. Microscopic analysis of their surfaces has revealed traces of paint and carvings too weathered to be visible to the naked eye. Ground-penetrating radar and other remote sensing techniques have identified buried features that complete the picture of the original monument complex. For Loic, observing his first solstice ceremony as Guillemard's apprentice, the stones represented living knowledge, patterns of understanding developed by ancestors, and maintained through ongoing ritual practice and specialized training. The transmission of this knowledge through apprenticeship ensured its continuation across generations, adapting to changing circumstances while maintaining core principles. You must memorize not just the patterns but the stories that explain them, Guillemard instructed during the night's instruction. Each stone has its history, who quarried it, who raised it, what events it has witnessed. These stories bind the physical monuments to living memory. Archaeological evidence suggests such oral traditions were remarkably robust, maintaining continuity of practice across many generations. Consistent patterns in monument orientation, construction techniques, and associated ritual deposits indicate knowledge transmission systems that preserved specific information over centuries, despite lacking written records. The monuments themselves served as mnemonic devices, physical encodings of cultural memory that reinforced oral traditions through their permanent presence in the landscape. The eventual discontinuity of these traditions coincided with broader cultural transformations across Europe. The transition to Bronze Age technologies, shifting trade networks, changing religious practices, and possibly climate fluctuations altered the social contexts that had supported megalithic traditions. Monument construction gradually ceased, though existing structures often remained in ritual use, repurposed for new practices, or incorporated into emerging belief systems. By the time Roman writers first described Brittany, the original meaning of the stones had faded from cultural memory. The megalithic landscape became increasingly fragmentary as farming communities removed stones, urban development encroached on ancient alignments, and tourism created new pressures on surviving monuments. Modern conservation efforts have halted physical deterioration, but cannot fully reconstruct the integrated understanding that Guillemard and his contemporaries possessed. Contemporary archaeological approaches attempt to recover aspects of this integrated view through interdisciplinary methods. Archaeoastronomy examines celestial alignments by combining astronomical knowledge with archaeological evidence. Landscape archaeology considers spatial relationships between monuments and natural features. Environmental archaeology reconstructs the Neolithic landscape through pollen analysis and geomorphological studies. Together, these approaches create a more holistic understanding of Karnac's megalithic complex within its original environmental and cultural context. For modern visitors walking among the stone rows, the experience offers a tangible connection to Neolithic worldviews despite the interpretive gaps. The physical presence of the stones, their massive scale, their weathered surfaces bearing traces of ancient toolwork, their arrangement across the landscape, creates an immediate sense of human purpose extending across millennia. The effort required to create such monuments speaks to what their builders valued, how they understood their place in the cosmos, and what they wished to communicate to future generations. As the solstice ceremony concluded and community members returned to their settlements, Guillemard led Loic on a final circuit of the alignments. Touching specific stones in sequence, the elder recited name lists of ancestors associated with each, reinforcing the connection between physical monuments, social memory, and individual identity. This practice, documented in ethnographic studies of other megalithic traditions, transformed abstract cosmic knowledge into personal relationship, embedding individual experience within larger temporal and spatial frameworks. "You will add your own name to this sequence someday," Guillemard told his apprentice, "and teach another to recite it after you are gone. This is how we extend beyond our time, how we remain present in the world through stone and memory." Archaeological evidence suggests such continuity of practice at Karnak extended for over 1,000 years, an extraordinary stretch of cultural stability maintained through deliberate knowledge transmission and monument maintenance. That this continuity eventually broke, leaving the stones as enigmatic presences rather than living cultural instruments, reminds contemporary observers of both the resilience and fragility of human cultural systems. Today, Karnac's megalithic landscape exists in multiple dimensions simultaneously, as an archaeological resource requiring protection and study, as a tourist destination supporting local economies, as a spiritual site attracting contemporary practitioners drawn to its ancient power, as a scientific puzzle, challenging researchers to decode its astronomical and social functions, and as a tangible reminder of human capacity for monumental expression, even without technologies we consider fundamental to complex achievements. For Guillemard and Loic, however, the stones represented neither puzzle nor monument, but living knowledge, a physical manifestation of their community's understanding of cosmic order made permanent in the landscape. As night fully descended over Karnak and stars appeared above the stone rows, these ancient observers recognized patterns overhead that their monuments mirrored below, completing a cycle of correspondence between earth and sky that anchored human existence within the larger rhythms of the cosmos. Chapter 9. The Temple of Karnak, Sacred Heart of Ancient Egypt. The first light of dawn illuminated the massive pylon gateway as Amenhotep stepped into the shadow of Karnak Temple, his linen robes gleaming white against the sandstone and granite structures that housed Egypt's most sacred deities. As a Wab priest in service to Amun-Ra, he was among the privileged few permitted to enter the inner sanctums of what was already, in 1450 BCE, one of the most impressive religious complexes ever created by human hands. For over 500 years, successive pharaohs had expanded and embellished the temple, each adding monuments, halls, and shrines that demonstrated their devotion to the gods and their own divine kingship. Make way for the god's wife of Amun, called a herald's voice, echoing against stone walls as a procession approached from the direction of the royal palace. Amenhotep quickly stepped aside, bowing his head as the entourage passed. The god's wife, a high-ranking priestess usually of royal blood, was making her morning journey to perform rituals in the inner sanctuary where the divine statue of Amun-Ra resided. Her elaborate headdress and leopard skin cloak marked her exalted status, while the sistrum she shook created a rhythmic jingling that announced her sacred presence. Behind her came other priests carrying ritual implements, incense, and offerings that would be presented to the god during the morning ceremonies. The scale of Karnak defied easy comprehension, even for those who served there daily. The central temple, dedicated to Amun-Ra, occupied over 250,000 square meters, enough to accommodate the great cathedrals of Notre Dame, Milan, and St. Peter's combined, with room to spare. Surrounding this core were numerous subsidiary temples dedicated to other deities, notably Mut Amun's consort and Khonsu their son, creating a divine family unit at the heart of Theban religion. Administrative buildings, workshops, storehouses, priestly residences, and artificial sacred lakes completed the complex, making Karnak not merely a temple but a city dedicated to divine service and ritual purity. Amenhotep's duties began at the sacred lake, a massive rectangular pool lined with stone and fed by groundwater connected to the Nile. Here, priests performed their purification rituals before entering the more sacred areas of the temple. The still water mirrored the sky, creating a symbolic connection between celestial and terrestrial realms that reinforced the cosmic order, matter, that temples were designed to maintain. Archaeological evidence has revealed sophisticated water management systems that kept the lake at consistent levels despite seasonal fluctuations in the Nile. "The water is particularly clear today," observed Nukt, a fellow priest preparing for his own duties. "A good omen for the festival preparations." Amenhotep nodded in agreement. The upcoming Opet festival, one of Egypt's most important religious celebrations, would see the sacred statue of Amun-Ra transported by boat along the avenue connecting Karnak to Luxor Temple, where the god would symbolically unite with his consort. This divine marriage renewed the pharaoh's kingship and ensured the continued fertility of Egypt itself. Preparation for such major festivals occupied much of the temple staff's energy, with everything from ritual objects to processional routes requiring meticulous attention. After purification, Amenhotep proceeded through the temple's successive courtyards and halls, each marking a transition to increasingly sacred space. The architectural design intentionally created this progression, with each threshold representing another degree of separation from the mundane world and proximity to divine presence. Open courtyards gave way to hypostyle halls with towering columns, then to smaller, darker chambers, and finally to the sanctuary itself, a journey from light to darkness that paralleled the Egyptian conception of creation emerging from primordial chaos. The great hypostyle hall, though not yet completed in Amenhotep's time, would eventually become Karnak's most iconic feature, covering 5,000 square meters and containing 134 massive columns arranged in 16 rows. The hall created a stone forest whose central columns stood 69 feet tall, with capitals large enough to accommodate 100 men standing on each. The structure's design brilliantly managed light. Taller central columns featured clearer story windows that allowed shafts of illumination to penetrate the space, while the outer rows created a progressively dimming effect that prepared visitors for the darkness of the inner sanctuary. The walls, columns, and ceilings throughout Karnak were covered with reliefs and inscriptions, not mere decoration but an integral part of the temple's magical function. Hieroglyphic texts recorded rituals, hymns, and the names of gods and kings, while ritual scenes depicted the proper performance of offerings and ceremonies. These images did not simply commemorate religious activities but magically perpetuated them for eternity, ensuring that divine service continued even when priests were absent. Today we refresh the offering in the Hall of Annals, instructed the senior priest who supervised Amenhotep's section. The scribe Pentu will accompany you to record what is removed and replaced. This seemingly mundane duty reflected a fundamental aspect of Egyptian temple function. Karnak was not primarily a place for public worship, but a divine residence where the gods lived and required daily service. The elaborate ritual cycle included multiple daily presentations of food, drink, clothing, and incense to divine statues housed in temple sanctuaries. These offerings sustained the gods, who in turn maintained cosmic order and Egypt's prosperity, a reciprocal relationship encoded in the very architecture and operation of the temple complex. Archaeological excavations have revealed the extensive economic infrastructure that supported this ritual system. Karnak controlled vast agricultural estates throughout Egypt, donated by pharaohs and elite patrons over centuries. Thousands of workers, from specialized craftspeople to agricultural laborers, were effectively employed by the temple, producing goods that both supported the priesthood and generated surplus for offering rituals. Administrative texts recorded on papyrus and ostraka, pottery sherds used for informal writing detail the complex logistical operations required to maintain divine service at the scale Karnak demanded. As Amenhotep moved deeper into the temple with his offering, fresh flowers and bread for the shrine of the deified pharaoh Thutmose III, he passed through chambers dedicated to specific ritual functions. Storerooms held precious implements used in ceremonies. Treasuries safeguarded valuable offerings accumulated over centuries. Specialized chapels housed divine barks, ceremonial boats used to transport god statues during festivals. The architectural complexity reflected the elaborate religious calendar observed at Karnak, with different spaces activated according to daily, monthly, and annual cycles of ritual activity. What made Karnak particularly remarkable was its continuous development over 2 millennia. Unlike structures built in a single phase according to a unified plan, Karnak evolved organically from the Middle Kingdom, 2000 BCE through the Ptolemaic period, 305–30 BCE, with each pharaonic dynasty adding new elements while preserving earlier contributions. This created a physical record of Egyptian theological development and political history, with architectural phases corresponding to shifts in religious emphasis and royal ideology. The most dramatic example of this evolutionary process was visible in Amenhotep's time through the massive construction projects undertaken by Hatshepsut, the female pharaoh who ruled as king from 1479 to 1458 BCE. Her contributions included a suite of chapels dedicated to Amun-Nu, a pair of towering obelisks, only one of which remained standing by Amenhotep's time, and the Red Chapel, a calcite bark shrine with exquisitely carved relief scenes. These monuments served both religious functions and political ones, legitimizing Hatshepsut's unusual position through divine association. The ongoing expansion of Karnak required sophisticated architectural knowledge and organizational capacity. Quarrying, transporting, and erecting massive stone elements, some weighing hundreds of tons, involved complex engineering solutions developed through centuries of experience. Recent archaeological research has revealed evidence of the construction processes, including sledge tracks for moving obelisks, temporary ramps for raising stone blocks, and worker camps housing the specialists who executed these monumental projects. After completing his offering duties, Amenhotep joined other priests in a chamber where they reviewed papyrus texts containing hymns that would be recited during upcoming ceremonies. The religious knowledge preserved in Karnak's library represented one of the most comprehensive collections of sacred literature in ancient Egypt, including ritual manuals, mythological texts, astronomical observations, and historical records. Much of this knowledge was considered restricted, available only to initiated priests rather than the general public. The hymn has been expanded, noted the senior ritual priest, indicating additional hieroglyphs on the papyrus. The vizier has approved a new section honoring the king's recent victory in Nubia. You must memorize it before the festival procession. This integration of political events into religious ceremony highlighted the inseparability of religion and statecraft in ancient Egypt. The pharaoh served as the crucial intermediary between human and divine realms, and temples like Karnak functionally operated as extensions of royal authority. Monuments within the temple precinct recorded military victories, diplomatic achievements, and royal decrees, transforming political narrative into sacred history through their placement in divine space. Modern archaeological investigation has revealed how this function evolved over time. During periods of strong central government, royal monuments dominated new construction at Karnak. In eras of political fragmentation, high priests gained greater autonomy, sometimes assuming quasi-royal status themselves. The Third Intermediate Period, 1069–664 BCE, saw the gods' wives of Amun, the office Amenhotep had observed earlier, become particularly powerful, with these priestesses effectively controlling Upper Egypt, while pharaohs ruled from northern cities. The most dramatic example of Karnak's politico-religious function occurred a century after Amenhotep's time, when Pharaoh Akhenaten, 1353–1336 BCE, attempted to replace traditional Egyptian polytheism with focus on a single deity, the Aten sun disk. As part of this religious revolution, Akhenaten constructed new sanctuaries at Karnak, dedicated to his preferred god, before eventually abandoning Thebes entirely for his new capital at Amarna. After his death, the traditional priesthood reasserted control, methodically dismantling Akhenaten's monuments and reusing the stones as fill for later pylons, a physical erasure of religious deviation that archaeologists have painstakingly reconstructed by extracting these reused blocks, talatat, from later structures. As evening approached, Amenhotep participated in the daily closing ritual, symbolically securing the sanctuary after the god had been offered his evening meal. Oil lamps and torches now illuminated the temple's interior, creating dramatic light effects as flames reflected off polished granite surfaces and gold accents. The transition from day to night invoked the sun's journey through the underworld, a cosmic drama replicated daily in temple ritual, just as it occurred eternally in Egyptian cosmology. Stepping outside the main temple enclosure, Amenhotep observed the sphinx-lined processional way that extended from Karnak toward the Nile, eventually connecting to Luxor Temple 2 miles to the south. During major festivals, this avenue became the route for elaborate processions where god statues, normally hidden within dark sanctuaries, emerged on ceremonial barks carried by priests. These rare public appearances allowed ordinary Egyptians to present petitions, seek oracles, and witness divine presence in carefully choreographed ceremonies that reinforced both religious devotion and social hierarchy. Archaeological excavations along this processional route have uncovered numerous offering stations, rest houses for ceremonial barks, and smaller shrines that mark significant points in festival journeys. The recent restoration of the Avenue of Sphinxes has revealed the full extent of this sacred landscape, which effectively transformed the entire city of Thebes into an extension of temple space during major religious celebrations. What Amenhotep could not have anticipated was how Karnak would continue to evolve after his lifetime. The greatest period of expansion was yet to come, with Ramesses II, 1279–1213 BCE, adding massive new pylons, courts, and colossal statues that reflected his unprecedented 67-year reign. Later rulers through the Ptolemaic period continued adding smaller shrines and inscriptions, with the final hieroglyphic texts carved during the Roman period before traditional Egyptian religion gradually gave way to Christianity and later Islam. Karnak's subsequent history reflected broader patterns of Egyptian civilization. As traditional religion declined, the temple was abandoned, with some areas converted to Christian churches, while others were mined for building materials or gradually covered by encroaching settlement. By the medieval period, a village had grown up among the ruins, with houses built directly against ancient walls and columns. European travelers from the 17th century onward documented this ongoing integration of monument and daily life, with early photographs showing the famous hypostyle hall partially buried in accumulated debris. Systematic archaeological investigation began in the 19th century, intensifying throughout the 20th century as technologies improved and archaeological methods became more scientific. The Franco-Egyptian Center for the Study of the Karnak Temples, established in 1967, has coordinated comprehensive research programs that continue to reveal new insights about the site's development and function. Digital technologies now allow virtual reconstructions of Karnak at different historical phases, helping scholars understand how the complex evolved and how ancient visitors experienced its spaces. For modern visitors, Karnak presents a paradoxical experience, simultaneously overwhelming in its scale, yet frustratingly incomplete in its presentation of ancient Egyptian religion. Without the original roof structures, polychrome decoration, ritual implements, incense, and human activity that animated the space, today's ruins convey only a skeletal impression of the sensory and spiritual environment Amenhotep would have known. Archaeological research increasingly addresses this gap by studying trace evidence of activities, burn marks from incense, wear patterns on floors, acoustic properties of chambers, that help reconstruct the lived experience of ancient ritual. As night fell over Karnak and Amenhotep made his way to the priest's quarters for his evening meal, the temple's fundamental purpose remained foremost in his mind, maintaining Mat, the divine order that prevented the universe from descending into chaos. Through precisely executed rituals performed in architecturally appropriate spaces by properly purified personnel, Karnak functioned as much more than a monument or place of worship. It was an active agent in the continuous creation and maintenance of cosmic stability, a machine for perpetuating divine presence within the human realm. The enduring fascination Karnak holds for contemporary visitors suggests this purpose has not entirely faded. Despite the vast cultural and chronological gulf separating modern tourists from ancient practitioners, the temple's monumental scale, sophisticated astronomical alignments, and intricate symbolic decorations continue to inspire awe and contemplation, qualities that formed part of its original function. While no longer a living center of worship, Karnak remains one of humanity's most profound expressions of the desire to create physical spaces that mediate between earthly and divine domains, embodying in stone the abstract relationship between human society and the cosmic forces believed to govern existence. For Amenhotep, however, Karnak was neither archaeological site nor tourist destination, but the dynamic center of a living religious tradition that structured his daily life and defined his society's relationship with supernatural forces. The stone architecture that modern visitors experience as static ruins existed for him as the setting for an elaborate performance of cultural meaning, the theater of divine interaction where cosmic drama played out through human agency. In the daily rhythm of offering, purification, recitation, and procession, Karnak fulfilled its essential function, maintaining the sacred dialogue between humanity and divinity, upon which, for ancient Egyptians, the very continuation of existence depended. Chapter 10, Chaco Canyon. Astronomical alignments of the Anasazi. The high desert wind whispered through pinyon pines as Katsina climbed the narrow stairway carved into the cliff face. The year was approximately 1080 CE, and as a member of the astronomical priesthood of Chaco Canyon, he was responsible for observing the approaching summer solstice and confirming the timing of crucial agricultural and ceremonial events. The sandstone walls of the canyon glowed amber in the late afternoon light, casting long shadows across the complex of massive buildings that formed the heart of ancestral Puebloan civilization in the American Southwest. The sun dagger will appear tomorrow, he announced to Tawa, his apprentice, who followed carefully behind him on the steep ascent to the observation point on Fajada Butte. We must ensure the markers are properly aligned for the observation. What outsiders would later call Chaco Canyon represented one of North America's most sophisticated pre-Columbian cultural centers, a hub of ceremonial activity, astronomical observation, trade, and political influence that extended its reach across an area the size of Ireland in the harsh environment of the Colorado Plateau. At its height between 900 and 1150 CE, Chaco contained the largest buildings in North America until the 19th century, with multi-story great houses featuring hundreds of rooms organized around central plazas and circular ceremonial chambers known as kivas. The astronomical sophistication of Chaco's builders was most dramatically embodied in what modern archaeologists would call the sun dagger, a remarkable calendrical device on Fajada Butte, where spiral petroglyphs carved into the cliff face were illuminated by slivers of sunlight passing between carefully positioned stone slabs. At the summer solstice, a precise dagger of light bisected the center of the primary spiral, while different light patterns marked the winter solstice and equinoxes. This solar marker represented just one element of a complex system of astronomical observations that structured Chacoan religious and agricultural life. Remember, Katsina instructed as they reached the observation point, the knowledge we maintain connects sky and earth, past and future. Without proper observation, planting fails, ceremonies falter, and harmony is broken. The young apprentice nodded solemnly. The astronomical knowledge preserved by specialists like Katsina had developed over centuries of careful observation, requiring not just technical skill, but cultural frameworks that allowed accumulated wisdom to be preserved and transmitted across generations. The results were impressive. Modern calculations confirm that Chacoan astronomical alignments frequently achieved accuracy within 1/20th of a degree, comparable to contemporaneous work by astronomers in Europe and Asia, despite being developed in complete isolation through distinctive methods. Chaco's astronomical orientation was built into its very architecture. Great houses like Pueblo Bonito, a D-shaped structure containing over 600 rooms and rising 4 stories high, were carefully aligned to solar, lunar, and cardinal directions. Walls incorporated specific viewing points where significant celestial events could be observed in relation to distant horizon features. Multiple buildings featured sight lines to track the 18.6-year lunar standstill cycle, a sophisticated astronomical understanding that allowed prediction of rare lunar events. The scale of Chacoan architecture was stunning, particularly given the harsh environment and the absence of draft animals, wheeled vehicles, or metal tools in pre-Columbian North America. The great houses required millions of pieces of carefully shaped sandstone, with individual rooms containing up to 250,000 pieces of stone. Construction techniques were sophisticated. Walls were built using core and veneer masonry, with precisely shaped facing stones over a rubble core, then covered with carefully prepared plaster. Massive pine, spruce, and fir beams, some weighing over 700 pounds, were transported from mountain forests 60 kilometers away, requiring organized labor, planning, and social coordination on a massive scale. After completing their observations on the butte, Katsina and Tawa descended to the canyon floor, where preparations were underway for the solstice ceremony. The Great Kiva at Casa Rinconada, 29 meters in diameter with specialized acoustic properties that allowed someone speaking in normal tones at the center to be heard throughout the structure, would host community rituals marking the sun's turning point. Participants from outlying communities had been arriving for days, traveling along the extensive network of engineered roads that radiated outward from Chaco Canyon. These roads represented another remarkable feature of Chacoan civilization. Extending up to 64 kilometers from the canyon in remarkably straight lines, they measured 9 meters wide on average and featured berms, ramps, stairs, and precise surveying that maintained consistent directionality across challenging terrain. Many roads aligned with cardinal directions or significant astronomical points, suggesting they served ceremonial and cosmological functions beyond mere transportation. Modern aerial and satellite imaging continues to reveal new sections of this extensive network, which may have totaled over 600 kilometers in length. The Katsinas will dance tomorrow when the sun reaches its highest point, explained an elder to gathered children near the Great Kiva, referring to the spirit beings central to Puebloan religion. They bring the rains that allow corn to grow tall and people to prosper. This connection between celestial observation, ceremonial activity, and agricultural practice formed the core of Chacoan culture. In a landscape where annual rainfall averaged less than 23 centimeters, precise knowledge of seasonal patterns was not merely academic, but essential for survival. By tracking solar and lunar cycles, Chacoan astronomers helped communities time planting and harvesting to maximize limited rainfall, coordinate labor for field maintenance, and manage scarce resources through drought cycles that periodically affected the region. Archaeological evidence reveals how this knowledge was embedded in social organization. Specialized structures at Pueblo Bonito contained high concentrations of exotic goods, turquoise macaw feathers, marine shells, and copper bells from Mexico, suggesting the presence of a religious elite who controlled both astronomical knowledge and long-distance trade networks. The distribution of elaborate burials, particularly a famous grave containing over 50,000 turquoise beads and other precious items, indicates social stratification beyond what was typical in other ancestral Puebloan communities. As night fell over the canyon, Katsina joined other knowledge keepers in a smaller kiva, where more restricted ceremonies would prepare for the public events of the following day. Archaeological excavations have revealed that these underground chambers contained features specifically designed for astronomical observation: roof openings positioned to track celestial movements, niches aligned to specific stars, and distinctive floor features marking cosmological directions. "The star people take their summer positions," Katsina observed, looking through the kiva's roof opening at constellations appearing in the darkening sky. "Coyote Star, Sirius follows the path we expect." The Chacoans, like many indigenous cultures, recognize different constellations than their European contemporaries, with star patterns reflecting local animals, spirits, and cultural narratives. These distinctive celestial maps were integrated into a comprehensive cosmology that connected sky phenomena to terrestrial geography, creating a unified system of meaning that organized both space and time. The canyon itself, with its north-south alignment and distinctive geological features, was likely understood as a manifestation of celestial patterns on Earth, a sacred landscape where human construction enhanced naturally meaningful topography. What Katsina could not have known as he conducted the solstice observations was that Chacoan civilization had already entered the beginning of its decline. Tree ring dating has revealed that a severe drought began around 1130 CE and continued for 50 years, placing unsustainable pressure on an agricultural system already operating at the margins of viability. Archaeological evidence shows that new construction in the canyon ceased after 1115 CE, and gradual abandonment followed over subsequent decades. By 1150 CE, most of Chaco Canyon's great houses had been vacated, with populations shifting to areas with more reliable water sources or adopting more dispersed settlement patterns that reduced pressure on limited resources. The collapse was less a sudden catastrophe than a strategic adaptation to changing environmental conditions, a reorganization of society that preserved core cultural elements while abandoning the specific form of centralization that had characterized the Chacoan system. Modern archaeological research has revealed remarkable details about life in Chaco Canyon that help contextualize its astronomical achievements. Macrobotanical remains and chemical analysis of cooking vessels show that diet centered on corn, beans, and squash, supplemented by wild plants and limited meat from deer, rabbits, and turkeys. Skeletal evidence indicates that despite sophisticated cultural developments, many Chacoans experience periodic nutritional stress, particularly in childhood, reflecting the precarious nature of desert agriculture, even with advanced knowledge systems. The question of Chaco's regional role continues to generate scholarly debate. Was it primarily a ceremonial center rather than a densely populated city? A redistribution hub for resources moved along its road network, a pilgrimage destination drawing visitors from communities throughout the Colorado Plateau. Archaeological evidence supports elements of each interpretation, while suggesting a complex reality that changed over time and defies simple categorization. The road system, which archaeologists once puzzled over, increasingly appears to support Chaco's role as a ceremonial center. Many roads lead to features with no obvious utilitarian purpose, take unnecessarily straight paths across difficult terrain rather than following easier routes, and connect to structures with ritual rather than residential functions. These patterns suggest that roads served as formal processional routes for pilgrimages and ceremonial movements that physically embodied cosmological principles through their cardinal alignments and connections to astronomically significant locations. As dawn approached on the solstice day, Katsina led Tawa to a specific viewing position near Pueblo Bonito, where the rising sun would appear directly over a distant notch in the eastern horizon. This alignment, precisely calculated by the canyon's builders, would visually confirm the sun's northernmost rising point, validating the observations made using the sun dagger and other instruments. Such redundant systems ensured accuracy while creating multiple opportunities for community participation in astronomical observations that had both practical and spiritual significance. "Watch carefully," Katsina instructed his apprentice. "You will see the sun touch the earth at the exact place where the Katsina dancers say the Sun Father emerges from his eastern house." This integration of myth, observation, and physical geography created a seamless system of knowledge that modern scientists and traditional indigenous knowledge keepers have increasingly recognized as complementary rather than contradictory. The astronomical observations at Chaco achieved remarkable accuracy through distinctive methodologies embedded in cultural frameworks very different from Western scientific traditions, demonstrating the diversity of human approaches to understanding celestial phenomena. What happened to Chaco and astronomical knowledge after the canyon's abandonment? Archaeological evidence and cultural continuity among modern Pueblo peoples suggests that core elements were preserved, adapted, and integrated into new social configurations as populations dispersed from Chaco. The Hopi, Zuni, Acoma, and other Puebloan communities maintain sophisticated astronomical traditions that show clear connections to Chacoan practices, including solstice observations, horizon calendars, and integration of celestial knowledge with agricultural and ceremonial cycles. Modern archaeological approaches have revolutionized our understanding of Chaco through interdisciplinary methods. Dendrochronology, tree ring dating provides precise construction dates and climate information. Archaeoastronomy combines traditional knowledge, computer modeling, and on-site observation to verify alignments. LiDAR technology reveals subtle surface features invisible to ground observers, including previously undetected structures and road segments. Chemical analysis of artifacts traces trade networks through sourcing materials to specific geological deposits. This research has increasingly been conducted in partnership with descendant communities, whose traditional knowledge provides interpretive frameworks that complement archaeological data. Modern Pueblo scholars emphasize understanding Chaco not as a lost civilization, but as part of ongoing indigenous cultural traditions that adapted to changing circumstances while maintaining core principles and practices, including sophisticated astronomical observation systems that continue to function in contemporary ceremonial life. The solstice ceremony proceeded as the sun reached its zenith over Chaco Canyon. Community members gathered in and around the Great Kiva at Casa Rinconada, where specialized architectural features created dramatic light effects at astronomically significant moments. Dancers wearing elaborate masks and costumes embodied Katsina spirits, while community leaders recounted origin stories that explained the relationship between celestial cycles and human responsibilities. "The sun stands still today," announced the ceremony leader, using a traditional phrase that recognized the apparent pause in the sun's movement along the horizon before it reverses direction. "From tomorrow, it begins its journey southward, and we must prepare for the time of rains." This sophisticated understanding of solar astronomy, recognizing the solstice as an inflection point in the annual cycle, informed agricultural planning, water management, and ceremonial scheduling. Archaeological evidence suggests that Chowan farmers developed ingenious methods for desert agriculture, including check dams, terracing, and careful placement of fields to capture maximum moisture from limited rainfall. These techniques, guided by astronomical knowledge that predicted seasonal patterns, allowed a substantial population to thrive in an environment that modern observers might consider marginal for agriculture. After the public ceremony concluded, Katsina returned to the smaller kiva, where knowledge keepers would conduct more restricted rituals and discuss observations. The tradition of maintaining specialized astronomical knowledge, while making its practical applications widely available, created a balance between accessibility and preservation that helped maintain the system's integrity across generations. Archaeological evidence suggests that certain kivas and rooms within great houses were dedicated to activities restricted to initiated individuals, while other spaces facilitated community-wide participation in ceremonial events tied to astronomical cycles. The isolation of Chowo from other complex societies makes its astronomical achievements particularly remarkable. Developing independently from Old World traditions, Chowan astronomy represented a distinctive intellectual tradition adapted to local environmental conditions and cultural frameworks. Precision achieved without written notation systems demonstrates the capacity of oral traditions and physical markers to preserve complex information across generations when embedded in stable social institutions and meaningful ceremonial practices. As Katsina and Tawa made their final observations of the solstice day from a viewing point on the canyon's north rim, they embodied a tradition of astronomical knowledge that would continue in adapted forms long after Chowo's abandonment. The spiritual descendants of Chacoan astronomers maintain solar and lunar observation traditions in contemporary Pueblo communities, where ceremonial calendars still coordinate agricultural activities and religious practices, according to celestial cycles observed using methods with clear connections to those employed at Chaco Canyon. The sun dipped toward the western horizon, casting the canyon's great houses into sharp relief against lengthening shadows. For a moment, the massive structures seemed to glow with inner light as their sandstone walls reflected the day's final illumination. Tomorrow would begin the sun's 6-month journey southward, a cosmic movement mirrored in the social rhythms of Chaco life, where astronomical knowledge provided not just practical guidance for agriculture, but a framework for understanding human existence within larger patterns of cosmic order. For contemporary visitors to Chaco Culture National Historical Park, the remnants of this sophisticated society continue to inspire wonder. Standing amid the massive walls of Pueblo Bonito, or observing solstice alignments that still function precisely after nearly 1,000 years, modern observers can glimpse the intellectual achievements of a civilization that created one of North America's most remarkable expressions of the human drive. To understand celestial movements and incorporate that knowledge into the fabric of cultural, spiritual, and practical life. Chapter 11. The morning mist clung to the Irrawaddy River as Cianzitha supervised the final preparations for the consecration ceremony of his latest merit-making project, a magnificent temple that would join thousands of others dotting the vast plain of Bagan. The year was 1105 CE, and the kingdom of Pagan, as it was known then, had reached its zenith under his rule. As king, he had overseen a remarkable period of temple building that transformed the landscape into one of the world's most impressive sacred geographies, where Buddhist cosmology was literally written in brick and stone across 26 square miles of central Burma. "The auspicious hour approaches, Your Majesty," announced the chief astrologer, consulting a palm leaf manuscript containing complex calculations for determining the most favorable moment to dedicate the new structure. "The planetary alignments are most fortuitous today." Cianzitha nodded, his gaze taking in the temple before him, its elegant bell-shaped stupa, crowning a terraced structure adorned with intricate stucco decorations and stone reliefs depicting scenes from the Buddha's life and previous incarnations. The building represented not just royal prestige but religious merit, a physical manifestation of Buddhist devotion that would help secure favorable rebirth and eventual liberation from the cycle of suffering. In Bagan's spiritual economy, such merit-making had become the defining feature of kingship and elite identity, driving a construction boom unprecedented in Southeast Asian history. At its height between the 11th and 13th centuries, Bagan contained over 10,000 Buddhist temples, stupas and monasteries constructed by kings, nobles, and wealthy merchants competing to demonstrate piety and accumulate spiritual merit. Today, approximately 3,800 structures survive in various states of preservation, creating an archaeological zone that stands among the world's most impressive religious landscapes. The density of sacred architecture, with temples sometimes standing just meters apart, created a physical embodiment of Buddhist cosmology, where worshippers could literally walk through sacred geography as they moved between structures dedicated to different aspects of Buddhist teaching. "The monks from the 5 great monasteries have arrived," reported a court official, bowing deeply. "The Sangharaja himself will lead the consecration prayers." The procession of saffron-robed monks made its way toward the temple, led by the Sangharaja, the supreme patriarch of the Buddhist monastic order, who served as the kingdom's highest religious authority. Their presence highlighted the complex relationship between political and religious power in Bagan, where kings legitimized their rule through patronage of Buddhism, while the monastic community provided spiritual guidance, education, and administrative expertise essential for governing the expanding kingdom. Archaeological and historical research has revealed the sophisticated social organization that made Bagan's extraordinary building program possible. The kingdom developed a hierarchical system where service to the state was rendered in lieu of taxes, with specialized guilds of architects, artisans, painters, and laborers assigned to temple construction projects. Inscriptions record donations of land, labor, and resources dedicated to supporting both initial construction and ongoing maintenance of religious structures, creating an economic system where substantial resources were channeled into religious monument building. As the monks circled the temple in clockwise circumambulation, a ritual practice known as pradakshina that honors sacred structures, Cianzitha reflected on how his reign had built upon foundations laid by his predecessors. The transformation of Bagan into a monumental sacred landscape had begun under King Anarata, 1044 to 1077, who unified the Irrawaddy Basin under pagan control and established Theravada Buddhism as the kingdom's official religion. Inspired by contacts with the great Buddhist civilizations of Sri Lanka and India, Narata initiated a program of religious standardization and temple construction that subsequent rulers enthusiastically expanded. What made Bagan's architectural achievement particularly remarkable was its development of distinctive building techniques, adapted to local materials and conditions. Without abundant sources of high-quality stone like those available in neighboring India or Cambodia, Bagan's builders perfected the use of brick construction, developing sophisticated methods for creating vaulted spaces, arches, and spires, without relying on the post and lintel techniques common in other contemporary traditions. The core structures were built of brick bound with a special mortar made from lime and palm sugar, creating exceptionally strong bonds that have survived centuries of earthquakes and harsh weather. "The interior murals are complete," whispered Kin, the chief architect, joining the king as they prepared to enter the temple following the monks. "The finest painters from the northern provinces have worked continuously these past 6 months." The temple's dim interior, illuminated only by light filtering through doorways and small perforated windows, gradually revealed its artistic splendor as Kianzitha's eyes adjusted to the darkness. Covering nearly every available wall surface were intricate paintings depicting Buddhist cosmology, Jataka tales, stories of the Buddha's previous lives, and scenes of contemporary Burmese life that provided valuable historical documentation for future scholars. The artistic program served both devotional and educational purposes, making abstract theological concepts accessible through visual narratives for a largely illiterate population. Archaeological research has revealed how these painting programs evolved over Bagan's history, reflecting changing religious emphasis and artistic influences. Earlier temples featured styles strongly influenced by Eastern Indian artistic traditions, particularly those of Bengal and Bihar, where important Buddhist centers like Nalanda had flourished. Later structures incorporated more distinctively Burmese elements as local artistic traditions developed, along with influences from Sri Lanka, Thailand, and even China, demonstrating Bagan's position within extensive trade and cultural exchange networks spanning Asia. The consecration ceremony continued with the formal transfer of ownership from the royal patron to the Buddhist community, recorded on a stone inscription that detailed the temple's endowment. These inscriptions, over 800 of which have survived, provide invaluable historical information about Bagan's social, economic, and religious organization. They record the names of donors, the resources dedicated to each foundation, the specific merit-making intentions, and sometimes historical information about contemporary events that contextualizes the construction. This temple and all its contents, together with the lands extending east to the Great Mango Grove and west to the river landing, including 40 farming families to maintain the structure and support the residing monks. "I hereby donate to the Buddhist Sangha for the benefit of all sentient beings," Kianzitha proclaimed in the formal language of dedication, as scribes recorded his words for the stone inscription. This system of religious patronage created complex economic relationships that modern historians have only recently begun to fully understand. Temples served not just as religious institutions but as economic centers that controlled substantial agricultural lands, managed water resources, collected rents, facilitated trade, and sometimes engaged in money lending. The transfer of productive resources to religious foundations dramatically shaped Bagan's economy, eventually creating challenges for royal authority as the monastic community controlled increasing portions of the kingdom's wealth and productive capacity. After the formal consecration, Kianzitha toured the temple complex with its architect, inspecting the structure that represented years of planning and execution. The building incorporated sophisticated engineering features that revealed deep architectural knowledge, load-bearing systems that distributed weight effectively, ventilation designs that moderated interior temperatures in Burma's tropical climate, and acoustic arrangements that enhanced the reverberating effect of chanted prayers. Most impressive were the hidden passages within walls and the symbolic elements encoded in measurements and proportions, reflecting Buddhist cosmological principles that mapped supernatural realms onto physical architecture. "The central Buddha image will arrive tomorrow from the royal workshops," explained Kin, referring to the massive stone statue that would occupy the main shrine room. 30 oxen are required to transport it from the river landing. The creation and installation of sacred images represented another dimension of Bagan's artistic achievement. Workshop excavations have revealed standardized production techniques for Buddha statues, with specialized artisans responsible for different aspects of creation, from initial stone cutting to fine detail work and application of lacquer and gold leaf. Stylistic analysis shows how these images evolved over time, with earlier work showing strong Indian influence gradually giving way to more distinctive Burmese characteristics in facial features, body proportions, and iconographic details. As evening approached, Khyentse climbed to the temple's upper terrace to survey his kingdom in the fading light. Stretching before him was an astonishing vista of thousands of temples, their spires catching the sunset's golden illumination against the backdrop of the sinuous Irrawaddy River. The density of construction created the impression of a supernatural city, a physical manifestation of the cosmic Mount Meru and its surrounding divine realms described in Buddhist cosmology. What Khyentse could not have anticipated was how this extraordinary landscape would experience dramatic cycles of flourishing, decline, abandonment, and rediscovery over subsequent centuries. Unlike many ancient sites that were gradually abandoned and forgotten, Bagan experienced a relatively sudden political collapse when Mongol threats and internal pressures led to the kingdom's fragmentation in the late 13th century. The royal court relocated to Ava in 1297, taking with it the administrative infrastructure and patronage networks that had supported Bagan's monumental building program. Archaeological evidence reveals that while new construction largely ceased, Bagan never experienced complete abandonment. A smaller population continued to inhabit the area, maintaining important temples and adapting others for continued use. Periodic renovations by later Burmese kings added new elements to older structures, creating the palimpsest of architectural styles that challenges conservators today. The site remained an important pilgrimage destination throughout subsequent centuries, with particular temples maintaining their sacred status despite the political center shifting elsewhere. European travelers began documenting Bagan in the 19th century during British colonial expansion into Burma, producing early photographs, paintings, and descriptions that provide valuable documentation of the site before modern interventions. Colonial archaeological services conducted initial surveys and conservation work, though often with limited understanding of local religious and cultural contexts. This period established Bagan in Western scholarly awareness as one of Asia's most significant archaeological landscapes, while laying the groundwork for later conservation challenges. The most dramatic physical transformation of Bagan in modern times resulted from a major earthquake in 1975, which damaged many structures and led to controversial restoration efforts that prioritized tourism development over archaeological authenticity. Many temples were extensively rebuilt using modern materials and conjectural designs, creating ongoing debates about cultural heritage management, restoration ethics, and the balance between religious use, tourism, and archaeological preservation. These debates reflect broader questions about how to interpret and preserve sacred landscapes that remain religiously active while simultaneously serving as historical monuments and tourism destinations. Unlike archaeological sites abandoned in antiquity, Bagan embodies continuous religious significance for contemporary Burmese Buddhists, who view the act of restoring temples as merit-making consistent with the intentions of the original builders rather than problematic modernization of historic structures. Tomorrow we begin preparations for the next temple, Khyentse informed his architect as they descended from the terrace. The eastern sector requires a monument to balance the landscape according to the sacred geography. This concept of sacred geography, organizing physical space according to cosmological principles, represents one of Bagan's most significant but least visible achievements. Recent scholarship using geographic information systems and spatial analysis has revealed how temple placement followed sophisticated organizational principles rather than random distribution. Major structures were positioned in relationship to cardinal directions, astronomical alignments, and symbolic patterns that transformed the natural landscape into a representation of Buddhist cosmology. The relationship between Bagan's built environment and its natural setting reveals another dimension of its creator's sophisticated environmental adaptation. The kingdom developed extensive irrigation systems that supported both agriculture and urban water needs in a region with pronounced wet and dry seasons. Water management features, reservoirs, canals, and specialized collection systems within temple compounds demonstrated engineering knowledge that integrated practical needs with religious symbolism, as water features often represented cosmic oceans or rivers in Buddhist cosmology. As night fell over Bagan and lamps were lit for evening ceremonies, Kyanzitha joined monks in circumambulating his newly consecrated temple. The practice, walking meditation performed around sacred structures, embodied the integration of physical movement, sacred space, and spiritual cultivation that characterized Theravada Buddhist practice. For worshippers, moving through Bagan's temple landscape created a sensory experience that reinforced theological concepts through physical engagement with carefully designed architectural environments. Archaeological research continues to reveal new dimensions of this experience through study of acoustic properties, lighting effects, and processional pathways that structured movement through the sacred landscape. Certain temples were designed to create particular light effects during equinoxes or solstices, while others featured specialized acoustic properties that enhanced chanting practices. Prayer halls, circumambulation corridors, and interconnected shrine rooms created choreographed experiences that guided worshippers through progressive stages of devotional practice. For contemporary visitors, experiencing Bagan at dawn as hot air balloons drift above hundreds of temple spires emerging from morning mist creates an indelible impression of how spiritual aspirations can reshape physical landscapes. Yet this tourist experience differs substantially from how the site's creators envisioned its function, not as a spectacle for admiration but as an active religious environment where merit-making, monastic practice, and devotional activities operated within a comprehensive cosmological framework. Each brick laid, each image consecrated, each prayer offered brings all beings closer to liberation, intoned the Sangaraja as the consecration rituals concluded with the lighting of thousands of oil lamps that would burn through the night. This physical temple is but a reflection of the temple each practitioner must build within their own mind through meditation and virtuous action. This integration of physical construction with internal spiritual development represented the ultimate purpose behind Bagan's extraordinary building program. The temples were not merely monuments to royal ego or displays of material wealth, but physical manifestations of Buddhist concepts: impermanence, non-attachment, the illusory nature of physical forms, and the possibility of transcending suffering through dedicated practice. The apparent contradiction between monumental construction and Buddhist emphasis on non-attachment resolves in understanding how these structures facilitated practice rather than representing ends in themselves. As modern conservation efforts continue at Bagan, balancing archaeological integrity with religious use and tourism development remains challenging. The site's inscription as a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 2019 represented formal international recognition of its outstanding universal value, while establishing frameworks for more sustainable management. Contemporary approaches increasingly incorporate local community perspectives, traditional knowledge, and continuing religious significance alongside archaeological and historical considerations. For Kyanzitha, returning to his palace as temple lamps illuminated the night landscape of his capital, such future concerns remained unimaginable. His focus remained on the continuing project of merit-making through sacred construction, adding his contribution to the extraordinary landscape that would stand as testimony to Bagan's religious devotion, artistic achievement, and architectural genius, long after its political power had faded from historical memory. In this continuing life of Bagan, as both religious center and cultural heritage site, lies perhaps its most profound significance. Its demonstration of how human transformation of landscape for spiritual purposes creates meanings that transcend original historical contexts, to speak across centuries about the enduring human drive to physically manifest cosmic order through monumental construction. The temples themselves, though built on teachings of impermanence, have ironically achieved a form of permanence as enduring expressions of faith translated into stone and brick across one of the world's most remarkable sacred landscapes. Chapter 12. The Nazca Lines. Ritual Pathways to the Gods. The pre-dawn air was cool against Nehra's skin as she led a small procession along the precisely cleared pathway that formed the tail of an enormous hummingbird, a design visible in its entirety only to the gods above. Her bare feet followed the familiar route, carefully staying within the boundaries of the line that had been created by removing the dark surface stones to reveal the lighter soil beneath. The year was approximately 550 CE, and as a priestess of the Nazca people, she was responsible for maintaining the sacred pathways that connected their desert homeland to the divine powers controlling water, fertility, and life itself in this harsh environment. "The dry season extends too long," murmured Quarry, the elder shaman who had trained Nera since childhood. Today's ceremony must reach the water deities with particular force if we are to survive another year. The Nazca culture had flourished in the river valleys of Peru's southern coast since around 100 BCE, developing sophisticated irrigation systems, distinctive polychrome pottery, remarkable textiles, and a complex religion centered on agricultural fertility in their arid homeland. But their most enduring achievement, one that would puzzle archaeologists for centuries after their civilization's disappearance, was the creation of enormous geoglyphs across the desert plateau, hundreds of perfectly straight lines stretching for kilometers, immense trapezoids covering hectares, and figurative designs depicting animals, plants, and anthropomorphic beings, all executed with astonishing precision despite their massive scale. "We begin the spiral walking," Nera announced as they reached the central clearing where the hummingbird's body was depicted. The small group, which included assistant priests, offering bearers, and representatives from several family lineages, arranged themselves in formation, each person carrying items for the ceremony: clay vessels of water from sacred springs, specially prepared food offerings, coca leaves for divination, and musical instruments that would help transport the participants into altered states of consciousness, appropriate for communication with the divine realm. Modern archaeological research has revealed the sophistication of these Nazca ceremonies through material remains found associated with the lines. Excavations at line intersections and terminals have uncovered ritual deposits, including ceramic vessels, some deliberately broken as offerings, remains of marine shells, guinea pigs, camelids, likely llamas or alpacas, and various food items. These offerings connected the terrestrial concerns of the Nazca, primarily agricultural fertility and water availability, with cosmic forces believed to control these critical resources. The exceptional preservation of the Nazca Lines stemmed from the region's unique environmental conditions. The desert plateau where they were created receives on average only 20 minutes of rainfall annually. Coupled with minimal wind due to surrounding mountains and stable temperature conditions, this hyper-arid environment prevented erosion that would have destroyed similar earthworks elsewhere. Additionally, the composition of the desert surface, a layer of dark oxidized stones overlying lighter-colored soil, provided a perfect medium for creating high-contrast designs visible from elevated positions. As the sun crested the eastern mountains, Nera began walking the spiral pattern that formed the hummingbird's eye, moving inward in ever-tightening circles while chanting invocations to water deities. The other participants followed, creating a living procession that activated the static design through human movement, a crucial element for understanding the line's function that would escape early archaeological interpretations, focusing solely on their visual aspects or astronomical alignments. "The mountain gods watch our devotion," Corey commented, gesturing toward the distant Andean peaks visible on the horizon. "They hold the water we seek in their glaciers. Our ceremony reminds them of their obligations to those who honor them." This connection between mountains, water, and desert rituals reflected the sophisticated ecological understanding embedded in Nazca religious practice. The rivers that made agriculture possible in this arid region originated in Andean highlands before flowing through desert valleys to the Pacific Ocean. This hydrological system created a conceptual axis connecting highlands, desert, and sea, a cosmic geography encoded in Nazca iconography and ritual practice that linked terrestrial concerns with supernatural forces. The theory that the lines were meant to be walked rather than simply viewed has gained substantial archaeological support in recent decades. Researchers have documented wear patterns consistent with repeated foot traffic along certain lines, while ceramic fragments and other ritual materials cluster at line intersections and terminals, rather than being randomly distributed across the landscape. This evidence suggests the lines functioned as sacred pathways for processions that physically enacted relationships between human communities and the cosmic powers governing their environment. As the ceremony progressed, Nera led the group from the hummingbird figure toward one of the remarkably straight lines, extending for kilometers across the desert plateau. These lines, some running parallel, others intersecting to create complex geometric patterns, demonstrated the Nazca's remarkable ability to maintain perfect linearity over vast distances despite lacking elevated vantage points for supervision. Modern experiments have shown that simple tools and techniques using stakes and ropes could achieve this precision without requiring aerial perspective. challenging earlier assumptions that the line's creators must have had some form of flight technology or assistance from extraterrestrial beings. "The ancestors watch our path," Carrari reminded the participants as they processed along the line. "Each step honors those who established these sacred ways and ensures the continuation of their wisdom." Archaeological evidence supports this connection between the lines and ancestral veneration. Excavations have revealed that some lines connect to ancient burial grounds or terminate at huacas, sacred places, suggesting they functioned within a broader sacred landscape that integrated natural features, built structures, and geoglyphs into a coherent ceremonial system. This integration placed the Nazca Lines within a widespread Andean tradition of sacred landscape modification that included the creation of ritual pathways radiating from religious centers and connecting important shrines and natural features. When the procession reached a large trapezoidal clearing, one of many such geometric forms that dominate much of the Nazca Plateau, they arranged themselves around its perimeter for the ceremony's central acts. Recent archaeological research using drone photography and advanced imaging techniques has revealed that these trapezoids often formed gathering places where larger groups could assemble for communal rituals, with smaller lines functioning as processional routes connecting these ceremonial spaces. "The offerings must be placed precisely," Neira instructed as she positioned ritual objects at specific points around the trapezoid. "The pattern mirrors the heavens above and directs our intentions to the appropriate deities." The question of astronomical alignments has generated substantial debate among researchers studying the Nazca Lines. While some early theories suggested the lines primarily functioned as a celestial calendar or observatory, more recent research indicates a more complex relationship with astronomical phenomena. Certain lines do align with solstice positions or the rising and setting points of particular stars, suggesting some astronomical knowledge informed their creation. However, these alignments appear to be just one aspect of a multifaceted ritual system, rather than the line's primary purpose. As the ceremony reached its climax, musicians played flutes made from condor bones and drums covered with llama skin, creating rhythmic patterns that facilitated the altered states of consciousness central to Andean shamanic practice. Archaeological evidence for this aspect of Nazca ritual comes from both iconography on ceramics depicting shamanic transformation and the recovery of paraphernalia associated with the consumption of psychoactive substances, including snuff trays and tubes for inhaling powdered plants containing hallucinogenic compounds. "I approached the threshold between worlds," Neira announced as the music intensified. "The hummingbird spirit carries our petition to the water deities who have withheld rain from our valleys." This shamanic practice of spiritual transformation and cosmic travel connects the Nazca Lines to broader Andean religious traditions documented by Spanish chroniclers during the colonial period. Across the Andes, shamanic practitioners were believed capable of transforming into animals to traverse cosmic realms, mediating between human communities and supernatural powers. The prominence of animal imagery in the Nazca geoglyphs, including birds, monkeys, spiders, and marine creatures, likely reflected these transformational practices and the specific powers associated with different animal spirits. What Neira could not have known as she conducted this ceremony was that her civilization faced mounting environmental challenges that would ultimately lead to its collapse around 650 CE. Paleoclimatic research has revealed that the period of Nazca cultural florescence coincided with relatively favorable conditions, while their decline aligned with a prolonged drought that overwhelmed even their sophisticated irrigation systems. Archaeological evidence shows intensification of line-making and ritual activity during periods of environmental stress, suggesting increased religious efforts to address ecological crises, efforts that ultimately proved insufficient against the magnitude of climate change affecting the region. The ceremonies concluded as the sun reached its zenith, casting minimal shadows across the desert surface. Participants carefully retraced their steps along the established pathways, maintaining the integrity of the designs that had required substantial collective labor to create and maintain. The creation process itself involved careful planning, measurement, and execution. First mapping the design, then removing the dark surface stones to reveal the lighter subsurface along precisely determined boundaries, and finally maintaining these pathways against natural processes that might obscure them over time. "We will return when the moon is full," Corey informed the group as they prepared to descend from the plateau to their settlements in the river valleys below. The night ceremonies must complement today's appeals if we are to receive the waters we seek. This ongoing program of ritual maintenance reflected the Nazca understanding of human environmental relationships as requiring constant attention and reciprocity, rather than being established through one-time monuments. Archaeological evidence indicates that many lines were retraced or modified over generations, with some designs superimposed over earlier ones as religious practices evolved, or as responses to changing environmental conditions necessitated new approaches to divine communication. The discovery and scientific documentation of the Nazca Lines began in the modern era, when commercial air travel developed in Peru during the 1920s, with passengers noticing strange patterns on the desert floor below their flight paths. Systematic study began with Paul Kosuk, who in 1941 observed that certain lines aligned with the winter solstice sunset, leading him to characterize the Nazca Lines as the largest astronomy book in the world, a poetic description that unfortunately oversimplified their complex function. The most comprehensive early documentation came from German mathematician and archaeologist Maria Ricke, who devoted 5 decades to mapping, measuring, and protecting the lines. Her emphasis on astronomical alignments influenced early interpretations, though subsequent research has established a more nuanced understanding incorporating processional, hydrological, and shamanic dimensions alongside possible celestial connections. Archaeological perspectives on the lines have evolved significantly since these early studies. Modern approaches emphasize understanding the geoglyphs within their full cultural context, rather than as isolated phenomena. This contextual approach integrates evidence from settlement patterns, ceramic traditions, textile production, agricultural systems, and mortuary practices to reconstruct the complex society that created these remarkable features. Rather than seeking a single explanation for all lines, contemporary researchers recognize their likely multifunctional nature and evolution over the roughly 800 years of Nazca cultural development. The techniques used to study the lines have also advanced dramatically. Early documentation relied on ground-based surveys and simple aerial photography. Contemporary research employs satellite imaging, drone photography, photogrammetry, GIS mapping, and even LiDAR light detection and ranging to document the lines with unprecedented precision and to discover previously unrecognized features. These technologies have revealed that the known corpus of Nazca geoglyphs, approximately 800 modest 1,200 designs, depending on classification criteria, likely represents only a portion of what originally existed, with many features obscured by later human activity or natural processes. As Naira and her companions descended from the plateau toward their village, they passed agricultural fields irrigated by an ingenious system of underground aqueducts called puquios. Archaeological investigation has revealed these remarkable hydraulic works that tapped into the water table below the desert surface, channeling precious water to fields through subterranean conduits that minimized evaporation in the arid environment. Some researchers have suggested connections between these water management systems and certain linear geoglyphs, with lines potentially marking underground water sources or serving as ritual pathways connecting settlements to their water infrastructure. The hummingbird lines were created by my great-grandmother's grandfather, Karori explained to a young initiate joining the procession for the first time. He received the design in a vision after drinking the sacred preparation. Our family has maintained this particular pathway ever since. This transmission of specific ritual responsibilities through family lineages accords with ethnographic documentation of traditional Andean social organization, where kin groups called alas maintained collective responsibility for particular sacred sites and ceremonial obligations. Archaeological evidence suggests the Nazca geoglyphs may have been created and maintained by different social groups, with stylistic variations potentially reflecting distinct family traditions or territorial associations within the broader Nazca cultural system. The modern fate of the Nazca Lines reflects the complex challenges of preserving ancient sacred landscapes in the contemporary world. Designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1994, the lines face threats from urban expansion, industrial development, illegal mining, off-road vehicles, and even well-intentioned but poorly executed tourism infrastructure. Climate change presents additional challenges, as increasing frequency of unusual rainfall events in this historically arid region accelerates erosion of the fragile geoglyphs. Conservation efforts focus on both physical preservation and interpretation. Protective measures include restricted access to the plateau surface, with most tourism now consisting of aerial viewing from small aircraft or observation from designated platforms that provide elevated perspectives without damaging the lines themselves. Educational programs increasingly incorporate perspectives from contemporary indigenous communities whose ancestors created these remarkable features, challenging earlier characterizations that treated the lines as mysterious artifacts from a lost civilization rather than as expressions of sophisticated indigenous knowledge systems that maintained continuity into the present. For Neira and her contemporaries, returning to their village after the ceremony, the lines represented neither mystery nor monument, but living pathways of communication with cosmic forces, essential to their survival in a challenging environment. The communal effort required to create and maintain these geoglyphs strengthened social bonds within Nazca society, while expressing their understanding of human responsibility toward maintaining proper relationships with the supernatural powers governing water, fertility, and life itself. As the day ended and darkness fell over the desert, Nara prepared for the night's divination rituals that would interpret signs indicating whether their ceremonial efforts had been successful. Using coca leaves cast onto a cloth marked with symbolic quadrants, she would seek confirmation that their appeals had reached the intended divine recipients and gauge the likelihood of receiving the rainfall their community desperately needed for the coming agricultural season. The pathways remain open, she finally announced after studying the patterns formed by the leaves. The hummingbird has carried our petition upward. Now we must wait and continue our proper observations. This integration of physical landscape modification, ritual movement, divinatory practice, and ecological knowledge characterized the sophisticated religious system that created the Nazca Lines, one of humanity's most remarkable expressions of cosmic communication through environmental art. Neither alien landing strips nor primitive calendar, but sacred infrastructure for maintaining relationships between human communities and the divine powers governing their precarious existence. The lines continue to inspire wonder while revealing the ingenuity of ancient Andean civilization. For modern visitors viewing these enormous designs from aircraft or hillside vantage points, the experience connects them to ancient practitioners like Neira across a millennium and a half of history, a rare opportunity to glimpse how past societies conceptualized their relationship to cosmic forces through monumental landscape modification that transformed natural environments into sacred communication systems whose messages continue to resonate through the centuries, even as their original meaning evolves in response to new interpretations and cultural contexts.